Hello, friends.
Here. Here.
We're here, we're alive, we're breathing. I just ate 5 guys.
Facts.
Ugh,
Cannibalism's bad.
I would have ate 6 if they had more. So hungry. But I'm full, I'm happy, can't complain. I'm sure I'm going to need to use the bathroom, but we'll hold it until my designated break period. How's everybody?
Yeah, great answers, guys.
I felt
I'm
that.
doing awesome. Thank you for asking.
I know that we can feel under the weather a little bit, but some of you are. It's the 6th season. Keep yourself safe. Congratulations
Yeah,
on level 6.
Just call me out, Jacob.
I'm not
Just call
calling
me
you
out.
out. I mean, I've actually started to feel a little bit bad myself. But that's only after eating like a lot of food and like kind of laying over here in my, self. Yeah, level 6. I reviewed all of your guys' player sheets and such. All of that is good to go. Took in your spells, your new features, sets. You guys need understanding on how those work. You can always ask questions, of course. We're not all professionals. We're just trying to play a game. But there is some additional things you guys receive as part of your level up, which involves your income. We do this as part of the level up system. You guys get a gold income per the amount of time passed from one level to the next. So Ymir, Velu, Mimosa, and Carnelian all will receive 12 gold and 6 silver just from their passive income. This income is gathered based upon the same things we mentioned before, just from whatever you find, plus your lifestyle, plus, as you've made some earnings here and there, money you've stolen, money you found, it's in your pocket in the laundry, whatever you want to say.
12 gold and 6 silver.
12 gold, 6 silver.
Oh.
Not too much, but gold is pretty high in quality in regards to moderate income. For Idris, you get 20 gold and 8 silver.
Show off.
And for Father Cruz, you get 42
Right some more.
gold and 2 silver.
Huge.
Only, just so you guys are aware, from your last level up, only 3 weeks have passed. So it feels like forever, but it's only been 3 weeks. We've been playing the days out pretty elongated, not to mention it's been from Soleria all the way to now Caldora, where you've reached your level up. You did not level up whenever you reached Talavar. So we're going to be arriving into the story in a second, but before we begin, you guys all have inspiration from completing your inspirational challenge, and I mentioned that there's some random surprise for you entering into the session today. Part of that inspiration is kind of a challenge for you all. If you want to declare using your inspiration in the middle of the game at some point, there is some reactions that you can take. If you identify a role on the table that you want changed, you can use your inspiration to change it just as normal. But also, I will also allow you to use your inspiration for purposes of swaying a role to be higher instead. So if you feel your roll is low, you can use your inspiration to roll another d20 and add that value to your roll. Or you can just re-roll the d20, if that makes sense. So if you feel confident in getting a really, really high roll, like let's say you rolled a natural 20, right? You could choose your inspiration to roll on top of that again to add whatever value from the dice you want on top of that as well. Basically getting yourself a super success on something for this session.
Got 40, baby.
It's only usable this session. Not sure what you'll use it for or what you're going to try to do. However, it is only for one choice of your roll. It could be an ability, an attack, a saving throw, but it is only for one ability, like one roll. Once it's used, it's only for yourself. Can't use it on anybody else. But whenever you declare that, you can use that opportunity. You can also just treat it the same. If you roll a really shitty roll and you want to roll higher and you think it's better for you to re-roll instead, you can do that. So, with that, each of you gain this little extra surprise and maybe some more beyond how successful you are, depending on your rolls. So, I have nothing else. So, I'm going to open the scene for you guys into the game, unless you guys have anything else. Okay. As the hallucinations take out their effect from each one of the player characters, one by one, your vision starts to trick you. From originally staring at the holy city of Halavar and its great church of St. Eli in the distance, the two beacon lights that shine brightly, and then the third one passed towards the north, a different hue and color towards the magenta sky. Your vision hazes. People who are standing in front of you, mages who are turning these glyphs clockwise to dial in your location of teleportation. Your mind start to waver as what was once dead lands and darkened trees becomes palms and oceans, a salty smell into the air of the sea. There's a sand type texture that starts to kind of fall across the underneath of your feet once more, as you all start to envision yourselves in a location very familiar to Idris. It's the smell that hits Idris first as each one of you arrive in a destination that is unfamiliar to most. The sun peaks at a lovely like midday, as the sun and the brightness of the night has not encompassed you as it has for the rest of your day over in Halavar. But as you arrive, you are amidst a sunset, a beach of beautiful magenta and purple, of the purple fathoms that lie beyond. You can see the different housetops of like canopy types of buildings and tents, and everything looks very nice. Palms across the shoreline, and you see mountains in the distance looming towards the south, where the Delicium province sits, and then to the north, more mountainous ruins. If you were to try to see past all this town from the beachside, you would miss the Makoti Desert just in the very far distance, where the dunes start to rise above the area. A small paradise you sit amongst in this moment, as what was once a busy city of holy splendor now becomes a beach in front of you. The waves you can start to hear in the distance, the whoosh, different rushing of seagulls in the sky. It is a beautiful day. The breeze lightly drifting, and all of you stand toes in the sand, not on a platform of teleportation, but just standing amongst the beach, just in the waters, as the water tide rushes up and kind of touches the feet of some of you for a moment, getting whatever shoes you may have on wet, whatever it might be, rushes forward and kind of grips onto you and pulls at the tide once more, bringing the sand and raking against you. All of you come to and realize that you are no longer in Halavar. You are now in Caldora.
Where did our stuff arrive?
Father Cruz, you look to the right and you just like see like an astral portal open up and just just all the stuff just falls onto the ground. You see your suitcase and the bag of holding and the bag of holding all on the ground, basically like all just plopped onto the sand.
Cornelian will quickly take his bag and check
Yup.
for any
Yeah,
items missing.
Nothing's missing. You would go through it sporadically. I mean, you could dump it out inside out if you want to just dump everything out and check.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you see everything as you reach in. You can feel like for the important items, pull them out, put them back in. Father Cruz, your suitcase is as it was for your pocket cart. So, yeah, everybody has all the things that they had dropped off in the time. Magical items, all trinkets are around you. Bongo kind of like sits on the shoulder. It just, you see Hoppy has like taken a flight in Caldor, just kind of like enjoying the sky and once more.
The party would see Idris like rush towards like the dry shore, kick her shoes off, roll her pants up, and start running around the coast.
I thought this was a matter of a time-sensitive thing.
I don't think she
Do you
can
know where
hear
your brother wants us to meet him?
She's running on the beach, guys.
First of all, yell that very loud.
Come here, baby.
She pauses and then she points like directly, like it's the land kind of slopes up, and she points up and she goes, "Up there somewhere." And then she just pauses and then she looks back. She goes, "I'm sorry."
No, go on, enjoy yourself. You're just gonna say with like a handkerchief as he's cleaning the lipstick off his face.
Yeah, you have a whole entire get up. You're wearing a dress still. Like everything's kind of after the magic that had worn off, that kind of like dispelled a little bit of your disguised like alter self. All that remains is a Ymir with kind of a tied back hairstyle and wearing a very nice dress. Ankles showing a little bit. It's a scene.
Is there a place to change around here?
Where exactly is this located, Jacob, if you don't mind me asking?
No worries. In looking around the area, go ahead and just make a perception check for me. Because it's been a while since you've been home.
But it's
Oh, I got guidance with it. Oh my gosh. Is that just a +3?
or 1d4.
24. 14.
14. As you kind of stare around the area, you do get like a vibe of the coastal area, just in a, what is it called? You're on the seaside. You know this for a fact. But as far as like where your eyes have sat, you're surrounding most of the trade and like the touristy area of Caldora. The sandy beaches, shoreline, taverns you can see in the distance. It's a lot of docks that are kind of nearly stationed. Like where you see there's some ships out already sailing out, but because it's the end of the day. But yeah, you're at the seaside. You would have to probably travel up to the valleys or cliffsides to get to the other neighborhoods that you're familiar with. But this is probably like the seasonal area. It's like the end of summer. You know, the stormy season's over. It's still hot enough to go out and enjoy it on like a not completely crisping day. It's like autumn. So
Okay. Idris wanders back over after prancing around in the water, and she kind of points towards one of the larger staircases, and she goes, "We have to head up towards the cliff sides up there to get a better view. We're looking for the mid-ring, so it's called the valleys is what we're looking for. And they should be at my father's shop, as far as I'm aware, at least."
Your father has a shop?
Mm-hmm.
What does
What
he
does he
sell?
sell?
Oh, it's more like a general store, really. sells a whole lot of things. I don't really know what his inventory is now, but that's gonna be something we have to look at when we get there. But there's a ton of places here, so I would like to see them first, and we can explore later if that's okay with you all. But if you see anything,
Did you
don't
work his
hesitate.
shop as a kid?
I did, yes.
That's cute. It's kind of like what I did with my family.
Wait, before we continue, Velu, who's chasing you that your name could set them off? That your name
What? Velu acts confused. What?
Velu. The only person who could access your name was the Archbishop. How important is your name that by him maybe reading your name, that it could set off a chain reaction?
Not a character question. Velu saw his name. Does that mean anyone else could see his name? Because in the archive, he saw the name. Like there's the
You
record.
Make a.
So-
I have to have you make a intelligence check here. I don't think it's history, and I don't think it's arcana, but I think it's just straight intelligence, just to understand how these inventions work. Because this is a little outside of magic. This is more just about the technology.
Because if I remember correctly, I had to roll an intelligence check, and Velu like saw through kind of like the illusion and
Mhm.
saw the record.
Yeah.
So-
So you saw when you saw the last session, you saw basically like an interface
Mhm.
that this apparatus was using to like track on like books being used, copied, and such. And you found that your name was tethered to some of the books that were copied. In doing so, your name is vowed to it because once you entered the facility, like the facility knows all. So
So, but if he had the ability to see it himself, couldn't he Velu assume that anyone could see it? Because that's what Velu is assuming.
that's probably just up to you, honestly. If you want
Okay.
Bella to assume, then that's your choice. But if you want, you can make an intelligence check to feel more certain on your decision.
I'm going to go with Velu assume because I rolled in that one. Okay, so it doesn't matter regardless. So Velu's assuming. Velu would look at Father Cruz and be like, what? Ask your question again. What do you mean?
You said that you saw your name, and you said that because of it, we had to go immediately. Who is hunting you down that by seeing your name by chance would immediately set them off? Or would it be somebody reads your name and they would immediately notify someone?
Second one.
Could we have a little information as to how dire that is?
Not as dire, but dire. Like 50%. But it's fine. It should be fine.
Do we have to worry about them killing you? Or
No.
you owe a debt?
No, I don't think so. No.
Jacob.
Hmm.
Is there anybody around except for us?
I mean, yeah, but there's like some sporadic, like just random strangers just walking past to the beach. They don't seem phased by your appearance, but like they're just passing by.
Bella, could we maybe talk about this some other time? Maybe when it's less important matters to attend to.
Of course. Sure.
You see a couple of people who are, just like sunbathing, on the beach. The shore is very shallow, some rocks and such, like kind of like peeking the area, and the water's very clear as soon as it arrives to the beach side. This is a very pretty area. The rest of you can look over to where Idris had pointed before. You see a cliffside overarching the different seaside area that you're on. You see many built-in like homes kind of elevated on the sides. You see some like lights that indicate taverns or maybe shops. There's lots of like white roof colors and just like navy blue and orange that kind of highlights the area.
Well, if you all are ready, we can make haste if you'd like to. Um, she kind of like pauses and looks around. Is the bell tower visible from here?
Yes. That's actually another very distinguishing landmark. As you guys look from the direction of the ocean directly behind you, probably the most outstanding thing you see is this enormous clock tower. Another invention of the time of the Empyrean era. This time of um, this arc. This what do they call it? Artificery, the age of artificery. An actual time-telling device that shoots up into the sky. You see that the clock hands meet at certain destinations, which ones would indicate, the sunlight up and down by number notation. Very large, and you can almost see it's reaching its hand now towards what would be like a 6 o'clock time frame of the day.
We have some time. If we head towards that clock tower there, that takes us directly to the valleys. So, whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah. 1 second. And you're gonna see Ymir go into his satchel, grab some pants, put on some pants under his dress, take the dress off. He's shirtless. There's a lot of small little scars, and I don't think anyone's seen Ymir shirtless. But it's just like he's skinny, and he has like little scars all around his body. He'll put.
Do you think he's skinny enough to have like a 6-pack or anything? Like,
Hello, purple.
He's lean, I guess, but like.
Almost is gonna point out, he has some muscle definition.
It's because we run a lot, so a lot of dangerous situations that I've been in with you guys. And then he's gonna put his white button up, and then throw on Mimosa's vest, I think, or tunic,
like a little purple tunic, yeah.
And then he's gonna do a little flashy show for you guys before putting the dress back into his satchel. And it's like, okay, I'm ready.
Very nice fashion show.
I just didn't want to walk around in the dress the entire time.
It's actually very fashionable.
Thank you.
You would get lots of compliments here.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah.
this is the desert. I don't think anybody would blame you for wearing a dress.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But it's not like I don't care about what people think. It's just more so like I usually don't run in this fit. As hot as I looked before, it's just like I think this is more of my vibe.
You guys think I could pull off a dress?
You
In
can
your
pull off any
guys'
cruise.
arrival towards the clock tower, you see it becomes like much greater in your distance. You pass by a few areas that are familiar. There is the actual centerpiece itself of the clock tower. You see that it has this golden bell that is just massive. We're talking larger than Father Cruz, stacked on top of Carnelian's, and then wider than Mimosa and like Ymir combined on the side. Like it's a huge like bell that just sits as like the star of this area, and it's like you can see where it rings underneath the clock itself, to signify like the top of the hours, or maybe even in like a danger or something. There's like a rope pulley system that you guys can see. You can see that there's people who are like maintaining the area, maybe fixing up like the sides of the tower, repainting some of the dead parts of it from the previous phase of Castro that has just passed. But you guys approach, you see a shop that's on the side. Looks like it has like magical, like apothecary type things inside. There's many other like buildings that you guys are kind of starting to like kind of encompass yourself into. As you guys look around, the inn is immediately to your left. You see the Drowsy Lamb is what the sign says on the top of it. Looks like there's a couple of people who are out drinking in the front. Looks like it sells drinks and different foods inside. You can smell a little bit of the kind of that hustly, like fishy type of smell too from the outside dock sails of like the local catch, but you do see that there is an inn that you guys are passing nearby the clock tower.
Can we get drinks?
Right now.
I mean, why not?
Aren't you drinking like? Never mind.
You do
I
see.
feel like we should be sober for this meeting.
You do see, Idris, that a very familiar stand to you is like kind of nearing the inn, and it's like right at the front, and you do see that they are serving like little like small like refresher drinks, like kind of like a stand outside.
She just kind of gestures over towards it. I mean, you can always go in
Mimosa
quiet.
walks over.
You see a friendly face, a bit elvish looking in nature, but you also see that they have like some semblance of like sylvan, more fey in their appearance. Their eyes wide and brightened, and they look at you and they said, "Not familiar with you. Welcome. Would you like some beverages we have here?" And just like points over, you see like a little magical presentation of a concoction of like reds and oranges. It looks very delicious. It's frozen, it looks like, as well.
Mimosa's gonna like rub his chin. Which one do you think matches my vibe?
Just looks at you. It's like, you seem very bright in your depiction, but you also seem kind of dark. And he's like, "Are you a dark or a light alcohol person?"
I usually swing for more dark, but I'm always open for other options.
"I recommend the rum sour," and just like goes over and like starts pouring a drink for you and just hands it over. "That's just a gold piece."
He'll like flick it over.
Just grabs it.
Thank you.
"Have a good one." And just like takes it. You take a sip. Delicious. It's like a rum
Mimosa will
like a
offer some
coconut
to
rum.
Vilu. Try this,
Were you offering it to?
Yeah.
Vilu.
Balu.
My
Balu.
bad.
Bella looks at you. What's this?
Rum sour.
Immediately starts to drink it.
It's pretty good.
No, only a sip.
Oh,
It's not all gone.
he stops. He
It's
stops.
It's a little thick too in the drink. It's a little it's rum, but the sour portion of it is like thicker, like mixer. So it's a little hard to like. You couldn't take this all down if you wanted to.
Here you go. It was good, but I don't want to drink anymore.
Did you
Because-
go?
Okay.
In
Bella
passing,
side eyes.
in passing the clock tower, you start to head up towards the valley. The area between where basically the working class is. You see a bunch of different buildings and shops now really approaching into your vision. The first one you guys see is a winery that is like kind of in the distance on the cliff sides that is now overarching the area. You see a boutique as well, as kind of like looking over in the area. A lot of familiar memories come back to your mind, Idris, of this fine place you lived once before. You see another tavern that has started to appear in this area, a secondary tavern. It's called Ricky's Mug as you're passing it. And within the valley, you see Ray's Stop and Shop, the one place where you had worked before.
Well, we're here.
Are you like nervous at all? When's the last time you've seen your parents?
Oh, I'm not that nervous. She's nervous.
Mhm.
It's spelled across all over her face. The way that she's like gripping the book is extremely tight. But she just gives a smile. It's been several years. I haven't been home since I want to say very young. Maybe
Same.
8, 9 cycles maybe.
I could imagine.
I'm sure they'll be happy to see you.
Yeah, at least you're here now. You're honestly better than me.
Well, we'll see about that. She kind of just like peeks over towards the front door of Ray's Stop and Shop. Is anyone inside?
Just like kind of peeking aside. Just make a perception check.
Cornelia's gonna walk in.
Cornelian's in there.
Great, awesome.
You see-
19.
19. You take a peek. The first thing you see inside is kind of helming the front counter area, but also kind of leaning to the side, like hands on their face a bit. You see Roy. You see him just kind of like currently like in the end of the shift, kind of like leaning in, and he's just like currently like leaning and looking at like something towards the side. You see his one eye drooping to fall asleep almost in a second. And then as well with your 19, you see another individual. You see Sorcha. They kind of come walking in, and they like are staring down Roy. Like they don't see whoever enters into the facility. They just are looking at them, and they have their arms crossed and just staring and just waiting, and they're not saying anything. They're just like looking at them, and you can see like the daggers of eyes staring towards them. Let me see. I have a so you kind of catch a glimpse before you enter in. Carnelian, you enter into the shop. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Allie, you had sent me some pictures. If you do want to like share those, you may.
Oh, of course.
But you can share those in the fan art if you so desire. But you get to kind of see a glimpse of a little bit of the family members of Idris.
I have to scroll up to find them.
No worries. But while you're doing so, Carnelian, you enter in, and as soon as you enter in, the man is sitting at the counter with his hand kind of dangled. He like shakes his head and looks up. He's like, "Oh, hello, fine face you are. You come to shop.
Mm-hmm.
It's the end of our."
What are you?
And he like looks over at this other Leonin, like lioness, who's like giving daggers, and he like gives like eyes of like, oh shit, and just like looks down and like looks at you. It's like, let me help you right away. Sorry, and just walks around the table. You see he has this like big like scruff of like fur, matted, and like that he's like kind of ruffling back over, and he kind of just approaches you just directly. Very tall, and he just looks at you. It's like, are you searching for any type of specific wares, or are you?
I kind of like sightseeing.
Yeah, I mean, we have like all things food, some sheltering equipment. Yeah, there's a couple of pickings over here, and you see like he sees like some homemade foods and such, like pastries and like sweets. You see.
I want like 3 of those,
Mhm.
like the pastries.
Yeah, I can.
Like 2 of the sweets.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so
What do you
starts
have
putting
to
things-
drink?
We have some teas and some.
I'll take that.
Yeah, yep. Do you want us to? Do you want it hot, cold? Is it we can?
You know, whatever you like.
Yeah, of course. Just put that together, and you see us. The lioness person is like looking over and like looks at the doorway. Idris. They perceive you in the doorway, and she double takes. Just like
Idris
Idris!
backs up.
What are you doing? Why are you hiding? Get in here!
Idris just gives the biggest smile and opens the door.
Don't hide behind
Mother.
doorways and eavesdrop. That is not the way you should be presenting yourself.
Oh, this is just gonna be
There are more
failing a lot.
That's
and
a
skipping
fine
his
how
drink.
do you do?
Yes, hello, mother. How are you?
I'm
She
fine.
walks-
Come here. And she opens her arms,
She walks over and hugs her
embraces
mother.
you. She's like, nice to see you once again. It's been a while.
It's
How
been
long-
Quite some time.
It's been 9 cycles, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she's like kind of holds you, squeezes you a little bit. Let's go. Like puts her hands to your shoulders and holds you out and looks at you like kind of left and right. You did something different with your hair.
I grew it out.
Yeah, looks. Roy, your daughter's here, and just like looks over. It's like he just turns his head. It's like, yeah, more of an Idris, and just like immediately ignored you. Currently, like, you have like things in your hands. Currently, he just walks past you.
Hi, father.
And like big hug, just like, welcome home. And sort of just kind of like puts her hands like to her side, like down to her, like to grasp in front of herself, and she like looks at the rest of you who are kind of in front of the like area, looking at the rest of you. Are these your
Oh.
friends?
Excuse my manners. Yes. She kind of waves everybody to come in.
She waves like a little like a finger wave to all of you.
Ymir's gonna speed walk in. Be like,
Just
oh my
like
god,
step up.
hello!
Hello.
My name is Ymir, it's nice to meet you. Your daughter is so sweet.
Yes.
Really nice. I'm her friend.
She like kind of fluffs her like mane a little bit in her hair. She's like, she does get it from me.
Oh, I can see that you guys are both very stylish.
Anyway,
My name is Ymir.
Ymir,
Nice to meet you.
very a pleasure. And she offers a hand to you.
Ymir will offer a hand.
And she kind of like nods her head, looks over at the rest of you all. And you are all.
Cruz will like step up and extend a hand.
Yeah.
I'm Cruz. I'm one of Idris's companions.
She kind of like gives you an eyebrow raise, and she like decides, Cruz. It's a lovely name. And she just kind of smiles, kind of weirdly. Idris, just like.
Well, I'm
just
sure
kinda
you
grabs
have
the-
a lovely name if you tell me.
Sorcha.
Hmm.
How much is this food?
Cornelia, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sort of the angel's song, and just like kind of like feels hold on to your hand a little bit tighter, Father Cruz, and gives you like a look up and down, like let's go, and just looks back at Roy and just slaps Roy on the shoulder. I'm Roy of the last rest. Yes.
Cruz will hold out another hand for a handshake.
Yeah, he just kind of like grips it firmly and just like shakes it really fast and let's go. And the rest of you.
Well, don't all introduce yourselves at once.
We'll say for the
Oh,
sake of
Cruz will
purpose.
grab Mimosa and put him up. This is my son.
Oh,
Idris is
Hi.
just standing between her parents. She's taller than her mother, but shorter than her father, and she's just smiling.
and Roy's like looking at Father Cruz and Mimosa, like looking left and right now, and then sort of just like, that's not your son. It's a dragonborn. That's not how that works. It's like doesn't seem to match the two, but that's all. Oh, I get it. Oh, you're adopted. Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, adopted.
that's so nice. What a lovely gesture. Oh, this is so sweet. And she like you see her.
He couldn't
hands, like,
get
kinda
away from me if
clasped.
he tried.
Mother.
I wish I adopted sometimes.
Mother.
Idris, I'm talking. Sorcha like kind of like looks over the rest of Belu, and just looks
Bello
at
in
you.
the back just waves and says hello.
Hello, mysterious one. And then looks over at Cornelia and says, and this one too. And Cornelia, you're like still holding the stuff there, like in your arms.
I never got the prize.
Oh, so sorry, my boy. And just see Roy kind of rocks over and starts to like check you out of these things, and it's like, oh, I didn't know you walked in so, and just like offers you like a bag and stuff like that. And it's like, just family discounts. Just call it 5 silver even.
Okay.
Easy. I'm just like you just take a bunch of like rations basically. We'll call it.
Carnelian will start dipping on the tea.
Mhm. It's like as that's offered, and Rory like kind of like wipes his hands a bit, looks at the rest of you, and says, "Have you seen Laurent yet?"
No, we were actually coming here to see if he was here.
Oh,
Is he at home?
he's home. He doesn't come into the shop. I mean, he's actually in the library. He spends most of his
Oh.
days there.
Brainiac.
He came home very bothered, and he mentioned reaching out to you. So we had not heard from you, so we weren't sure. You know,
Hmm.
but it is what it is. You have your life, and you had left and done what you wanted, and we can't control that, and it's fine. We aren't. And he just looks at Sorcha. It's like I am not mad at you for not reaching out. It's like, I'm a little bit mad at you not reaching out. Sorcha says.
Well, it's been complicated, and I'm sure you all know.
No, we don't actually. And just like Sorcha just kind of like crosses her arms.
An eyebrow raises on Idris's face almost immediately, and then she just shrugs her shoulders. Well, I'm here now,
Indeed, you
and
are.
I'm sorry.
And a mess at that. Look at you. It's like you guys look at all the rest of you.
A mess?
A little filthy. A little bit. You guys had went through a crypt dungeon. You guys haven't like really bathed at all since then. Some prestidigitation can only bring you so far. It's like, please.
I think she looks fine.
Oh, you really did just leave your life behind, didn't you? And just kind of chuckles at herself.
I'm sure she meant well. I mean, it took me 50 years to contact my family once I had left.
50 years. I forget that the Furbolg lived for such long historical times. What it would be like to see all of my history like this. Anyways, Laurent likely is in the library. It would make sense for you to visit Valoria. It's up to you if you want to see her. She is currently at home. But as that is, you all are welcome in my abode, and the shop is available for you to purchase and make pleasantry of you. Enjoy Caldora. It's just like Sorcha just kind of like shrugs and smiles.
Idris has an expression on her face. It's a little tight, hard to read, and she just nods. And she turns back towards the group. I think our first stop's going to be the library.
Lead the way.
Idris, my daughter. Roy looks over. It's like, we'll be finishing up here soon. Please come back to home. We'd love to have you all for dinner. And as he says that out, you see Sorcha kind of stares at him, like double takes, and he like shrugs at her, and she's like, yes, we would.
Well, I'll go collect my brainiac for brother, and we'll be back home. Does that sound okay?
That'll be splendid. Thank you, my dear. And just like he goes over and gives you another big hug. Sorcha just kind of like looks at you and just like kind of turns back away. Carnelian, you have like this sack of food, and the rest of you just kind of stand in the shop, and you guys see just random knickknacks, things around the entirety of the shop. A lot of mundane items, but still useful things. It's kind of like a stop and shop. You see like there's like a message board outside of the shop too, where it has like different areas. This is actually later than what your shop would typically be open at. Idris, you notice that they're open a little bit later than usual.
Ymir's gonna walk over to Karn. What did you get?
I got a bunch of like pastries and sweets.
Can I get one?
You
Please.
can have a bite of one.
A singular bite, Karn?
I kind of bought these because I'm hungry.
What if I buy you something later?
Okay, sure.
Cool. I'm just gonna
Which
grab
one
a
do you want?
pastry.
Okay.
I'm getting a pastry.
Tasty and sweet.
It just kind of glances back over towards Ymir and Carnelian, and she just kind of wags her finger at them, and she goes, "Don't fill up. The food here is delicious, but you shouldn't fill up on sweets right now."
I just need a snack.
Okay, I'm just saying.
This is my snack.
Fitting into that dress was a lot. It was
Not-
really constricting.
Literally, Carnelian, you were eating in the line like before the people came, and you had just eaten too. So it's like you had like 2 instances, and you're like just a snack, and you've been filling up all day. Yeah, you guys make your way outside of the Stop and Shop and approach towards where the library is. Specifically, you find that Caldora's library is actually located in the valleys, which is also kind of like a coffee place. Very, very relaxing, chill vibes. You know, it's beautiful, a spacious building. It has old time books and things like that. You can see that there have been like different publishings up in the front of the store being like advertised from here, from Caldora. Some of Laurent's even pictures as a kind of a local scientific resident of the area. So you see some of his old studies kind of still posted from his original works. Yeah, you guys see the library. It's not too far away from here. You guys start to approach.
Bellu looks at Idris. Oh, while we're walking, Bellu looks at Idris, and are you excited to see your brother, Idris?
I'm always excited to see my brother.
Because I'm
It's-
also
I'm-
excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he has this research that I really want to know about. So
Oh, he loves comparing research notes. I'm sure that he'll be able to talk with Storm about whatever you're inquiring about.
no, because like remember how we read the 4 books?
Mm-hmm.
He probably has more, maybe,
Mhm.
hopefully, and I want to know.
He might. He does have some publishings here. They're a lot smaller than, the bigger books that we have, so you might find some of those interesting, but
Idris, who did your brother work for?
oh, I don't know all the specifics, unfortunately. But he worked from one of the bigger, like, colleges nearby. And I guess between me leaving and, now, he got promoted and he was working in Oracle. But, I don't really know a whole lot more than that. I left shortly after he got that job, so.
So is that why Cornelian seems to not have much of a connection with him?
Who, Laurent?
I had been under the assumption that you two had grown up together.
More of our formative years, sure. Like, we spent our teenage years together, but, naive. We thought we knew how the world worked. At least I did. Yeah, Cornelian grew up north, isn't that correct?
Mm-mm.
No?
He has a mouthful of food right now.
Yeah, Ymir's gonna be like, you got some food on your lip, actually.
Where did you two meet?
It's like sipping tea.
Wait, you have tea too?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a sip?
Mm.
Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Alright. Just gonna take. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
This is so stupid. You guys walk into the library. You're not gonna sit here and listen to like ASMR sipping from fucking. That's stupid. You guys walk into the library. It's not many people in there. There is like a librarian that's like taking care of like the front area. They're not like checking people in, but they are just taking a note of like a quote unquote security of the area, right? It's a cozy little shop. It's not very large. It's just like kind of one big central building, and then there's just many like shelves of books just around. Yeah, it's not too crazy. Just a lot of tables on the outside for people who are just kind of like relaxing and reading, or there's also just like some desks that are available inside of the library itself for people who are trying to study or like do tests and things. A lot of these initial areas you can kind of see immediately walking in are like set up in the way of like taking a test almost, or for people who are like taking like written like courses and essays. You see that there's like some like major projection screens that are like performing like lessons and stuff whenever they insert like certain like magical runes and such, like pre-recorded projected images. It's pretty interesting as you look around. It's not hard to catch Laurent already on a ladder, like on like maybe like a high up book area. And he's reading like on the ladder. He's like leaning on the ladder forward very unsafely and like leaning on the book and like reading the book, and also has his hand holding on to the bookshelf area above him. So he's like a couple steps up on a ladder that rolls left and right, and he's like holding on to the bookshelf and reading a book and like looking through the notes of it. You see his glasses on. You see him just kind of standing there, very Laurent style.
She walks over and she kind of like knocks on the ladder. Not hard enough to make it move.
You know, he looks over, Idris, and just like slides down and lands and just like gives you a big old warm hug. Oh, you made it safely.
I did. Your cryptic message was a bit concerning. Who was with you?
It was for the utmost of security, Idris. Trust me, it was well worth it because no one knows I'm here. Looking at the rest of you, you've all made it as well. Just like opens his arms out. Pleasure to see you all again.
Likewise.
Ralu puts
his
his hand out. Is there any more research that you've been like investigating? Any new findings?
I actually had been put on a bit of a break from my research recently, but I do have some published things here that were from my prior times, which were moderately successful and got me my first business opportunity with Oracle. Check over there.
Velu
Just, like, points in a
slowly puts
direction.
his Velu slowly and he has his hands out right now. He slowly puts his hands down. Doesn't want to shake his hand anymore.
Sorry.
Actually,
been
who
rather
had
busy.
you published under an Oracle?
I published mostly underneath what was the faction at the time? I mean, Volcom was very endearing for some publications on the area of Caldora itself and its relationship to the what's it called, the Circle of Epsilon. We have a trade unit that runs traveling from ship to ship onto the west coast, and they were very interested in how the Skyship Foundation will be from our position. However, Caldora doesn't have the finances to build a Skyship docking area. It's not that large, but it is a prime estate for many of the different people who are trying to take a break from the city life. So a lot of what I had previously provided was like architectural and some scientific biologies of the local wildlife. Yeah, it was just kind of a collect all, send all motion. A lot of information gathering. Put ourselves on the map, so to say.
But who would have wanted to steal your research?
Yes, and he kind of like takes the glasses off and he puts it, like he kind of closes it together. If you all come here, we can sit. I have some things to bring up to all of you about this whole fiasco that I've discovered. If you have the time.
I always have the time for you.
Of course.
Only if there's wine.
Don't have
Because
wine.
I thought that.
I like some wine.
I do not have wine.
Mimosa puts down his empty drink.
What about
It's-
water?
I mean, do you have your own water, the canister? I mean, there's a fountain here. I mean, you can just fill up your water.
Okay, what about juice?
You're asking a lot for a library.
Why
This is
is
not
he
a
always
kitchen.
drinking with you two?
I had a pot.
You guys got a problem.
I had a
hydrated.
kettle for some
Yeah,
from some
exactly.
coffee over here. If you want something to
Coffee. Oh, I like
to
coffee.
bring your steams and the spirits up. You all look very exhausted.
I could use a bit of coffee.
You all
I will
gather.
take some coffee.
You all gather some drinks and stuff and get around like kind of a not a large table, but it's like a study like desk. And some of you like either pull up chairs, stand, whatever you wish to do. Carnelian stands for sure. There's a
Yep.
yeah, I know. All of you kind of gather around. There's privacy because not really anybody's in the library other than Laurent and yourselves. You're probably the most of everything going on. And Laurent just kind of like has a humble seat, and looks at the rest of you. It's like, so once you had all left, remember how there was this whole problem of the what's it called? This criminal organization trying to steal that book,
Mm-hmm.
Xenophane. Um,
Mm-hmm.
After you had all left, I had been pulled aside by the different augurs of Oracle, and they had asked me about the confines of the book, and they asked me where it went. And as you are aware, I did not have said book, and nor was it returned to me at the time that they had taken the book, right? So they had pursued that the Xenophane has taken the book still. So that book is gone. And like looks at Idris. My collection is gone. So in speaking so, I had been reimbursed by Oracle to continue my studies and re-deliver them my studies again.
Hmm.
So I will need my books back to do that. However, I find it very interesting that someone was out to steal my research. And I don't know why that was the case. So I did a little bit more digging on this as well. I'm a very smart Leonin. However, I was not smart enough to see that Xenophane has tethers to Alusha. So they
Oh.
seem to be delivering some sake of information between like Oracle and Alusha to help them in developing some new type of energy. And today, yes, today, the beacon, the light in the sky that's to the north, that's Alusha. I think
Yes.
they were trying to use that information to help them reach that and get that, whatever that is. I don't see why my cures would do such a thing, because it was just cures and chemical testings. But I didn't want to risk anything. So I believe that in some way it was for them to form some sort of power of trade. Maybe they wanted to trade us like a uniform cure, be more profitable in the region. So I went into studying and I really crammed all the knowledge I could about Alusha into my mind, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the Lissan province offers protection to them based upon their agreement of the ownership of the land, and their kingdom is new, 100,000 maybe, very small. So I kind of had a stump there. I kind of ran into a bottleneck, and once I ran into that bottleneck, I decided that I couldn't continue my research in Oracle because they were going to cram at me and force me to have, answered them eventually on where my items were. I told them that I would be best working from home since it would be away from the problems of potential criminals reaching through my doorstep. So they had agreed to allow me leave. I had not told them where my home was. They believe I am over in Halavar. I am in Caldora, as you all see. I am much wiser. However, the reason why the elusive message to you, Idris, is because I was being monitored through my mailing sending scrolls, and I did not know this. So, I had sent you an elusive message because I only knew you would know the answer to it.
Clever thinking.
And he just nods his head. Anyways, there's some missing information here. Maybe you all can fill me in. I don't know what you have been through in the last few weeks, or phase. After the Castro month ended and now we're in Arcanine, we found that there is activity from the Delician province. There's Arlusha's new beacon has settled, and there's some movement between that criminal faction that was there before, and we haven't heard from them since. The books that you have not had, looks over at Idris, those, if they were to be returned to me, they shall be destroyed. I don't plan on making any more research for Oracle.
So say we had your hypothetical research and we gave it back to you, hypothetically, of course,
Right.
you would end up destroying it.
You see the eyes dart left and right. All of you make a perception check.
21.
19.
7.
22.
Okay. All of your as a group check, you guys can tell what he's looking for. He's looking for seeing types of spells like arcane eye, mind seeing, any type of divination. You see, he looks around. He feels confident, like there's no one watching and peering. So do all the rest of you. But he goes into speaking a little bit more in detail, and he kind of puts his fingers together. And he looks at the rest of you, and he goes. He also covers his mouth as well. When I say to destroy the books, I mean to disperse them amongst the other continents and different regions.
Hmm.
I think this information shouldn't be used as a tool for war or any type of criminal fighting. The information's important and could save countless lives. If we were to use it as a weapon against one another, that would tremendously hurt individuals that we do not seek to hurt. And I do not feel comfortable with this. So I plan on releasing it and sending out copies to many different locations.
Mm.
But I think Oracle wants to keep this as something to themselves because it is something that they can use to further gain their control, or maybe that's what Alusha was doing. I'm not sure. But if everybody has it, it can't be a bother, right?
Right.
That's my thinking. What are your thoughts? And he stops covering his mouth.
Well,
Larson's dust was in the book, right?
Lawson's dust. You're talking for this is for something. No, I never heard Lawson's dust. What is that?
That's
It
that
sounds
out of
familiar.
character. I might be wrong.
Oh. Lawson's dust was not in the book.
Okay. Never mind then.
But it is something interesting for sure. He kind of looks around the area and he just kind of looks at the rest. He's like, do you guys think this is a good idea? Should I do something else?
I'm just gonna sip his coffee. I mean, sounds like what a goody two shoes hearted individual would do. That's really nice of you, giving out information. But also, it puts a target on your back because you are the one who created it. And if
I
somebody
mean, if it's
finds out about
everywhere,
It
that,
would-
what are they gonna do to him?
It would make
it's already been
more-
done.
they'll
It would
know
make
how.
more sense to have people under you to disperse the work
Hmm.
and have people
Or
under them to
release-
disperse that.
Or release it under an alias.
Because Mimosa, if they know how intelligent he is, then he'll probably be able to find out more world-breaking shit. And if they can get his hands on him and his brain, they could utilize that.
I've been
Hmm.
considering
That's
becoming a
probably a big
private
problem.
publisher.
I think
Outside.
that'd be a good idea.
Oracle definitely helped
Yep.
me get a start with some foundational knowledge on how to publish on my own, and I was thinking about doing
Well-
that from here.
Laurent, your brain is huge. You have a wonderful, expansive mind, but not everything can be published under your name, and this is, I think, one of them.
Well, also considering all this finding was originally, found under, your work in Oracle, wouldn't they be able to correlate that with you?
That's my
Unless
concern.
they think the Delician province leaked the information.
Boom. And he points right at you, Idris, and I said, remember, they still believe that the Xenophane have the books.
You're
So
right.
if it just gets released, then they will believe that that was their goal all along, just to release it all to everybody, which makes no sense in my mind. But they don't care about what I have to say about it. That's
they're
my hope.
They're just looking for the information.
Exactly. And if everybody has it, no one can use it. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I had called you all here is to get that information back so that way I may distribute it. But on one contradiction as well, you see he puts his glasses back on and he actually takes out a journal and he puts it onto the table. I took in some more notes, as I do. I dug a little deeper into the volume that they had taken about the cures, and I had found out that that cure that I had found for which one was it? He goes through the journal and looks again.
Fave memory loss?
No, not that one. It was the newest one I did. Shoot. And he's like going through the pages. It's the circadian arrest. That one. The antidote for the circadian arrest. That had what caused the old king Delician's wife to pass. I had learned about this before I had left. Also, I have learned, based on that immediate research, that there is a partnership between Oracle and Genesis to distribute some of the materials required for that solution, and they were planning on making a trade based upon the cost or what we needed in material, like component value, but they didn't know the volume of which I needed, so they just made like a draft of that. So I already saw that they were in plans to work with Genesis, but not to work with the Delician province. And that bothered me. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the East and West continents rivalries, but for them to pair together against this means something different. It's unnerving.
I mean, currently the old king is operating in the west.
Yes.
Or the prince.
I'm just gonna look over Velu. But just look at him, that's it.
Apparently there's some trade going on within Favoril as well. Rarely do you ever come by shipments of some of the materials required for the antidotes. But it looks as though there's been a pact made between House Thorn in Genesis and Favoril and requiring some of that material component. And as Oracle was trying to pact a deal about the distribution, that's when it's all cut off and we had the issues of the book stealing and etc. So that's been on hold until they find out what the volume they need is, and because they don't have the information, they cannot finish their request. So I don't know if Genesis's strategy was to get it and not provide it, or for Oracle to just make the deal so that way it was a efficient partnership between the two. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's trying to wean out the old king either. I mean, that would have caused many issues. They already are a tyranny over there, and we are not too far off from our location, so that would have not been good for our home. So I got bothered by this, and with that I made my plan to come here and have you all meet me once again. I don't require any other favors of you. I mean, an alias would be an interesting thing for me to craft up on my own, but if you have any suggestions, I'll take those. But yeah, my plan is to distribute the information as a alias of Xenophane, using the same symbology that we know, and let it be
go
public.
with the name Delician.
It's dangerous to do so. I do get worried that someone may come looking for the source.
Now, if it's an alias, how would they find it?
Not sure. All the arcane technology is so bizarre today that I'm pretty sure if I even put a magical font of my type in there, they would find me. Everything has its own IDs and everything now that they can track as artificers do. And you see his hands go to his temples and just try to rub into his head. This is the part where I get a little confused on it all. I do not know how to distribute it without revealing myself. I could just hand it over to Xenophane, but I feel like that's also not smart because I don't know what they're going to do with it.
Not smart at all. I don't even know why that would be an option.
Because
that's the crime game.
because I just wish
so-
I knew that why they were taking it. It's the only thing I never got. I never understood. Like after the Augurs took them and like jailed them, they never informed me about their motives.
It was just left alone.
No, I just never heard. I left very soon after, you know. It was only a week before I left.
Weren't those people that we like beat up a part of the Xenophane crews
Hmm.
in your
Mhm.
town?
Well, that was with the prince.
You guys had met the. You guys had fought the Delicians.
Mhm.
Oh my.
If you're going to publish a cure, you should publish a cure in Larson's dust.
Lawson's dust.
Who?
That sounds interesting.
Um,
What is that?
It's a
Wasn't it that disease, the
Orange
orangey
disease.
one?
Yes, an orange disease that they claim they can cure you, and so you need to follow the prince's way, and they'll provide you the cure, even though
Alright.
they're the ones poisoning your land.
Oh, that
Hold out
seems
your hands.
bizarre.
Idris takes out the vial of the heart bleed that she kept from.
Nice, yes.
And she hands it over to him.
He like opens it up and he looks inside. It's like, Heartbleed.
That's the cure.
Huh. Shadowfell flower. Did you know the flowers grow in the Shadowfell? Interesting fact about that. If you go to the deepest depths, the flowers actually grow on dead bodies. It's very
Hmm.
bizarre. It actually grows out of the heart of a dead creature in the Shadowfell.
And that's why it's called heart bleed.
Mm-hmm. Very fun fact.
So, Laurent, would you say that you knew behind the scenes from Oracle?
Sometimes. I did work with a lot of higher mages. Most of them who are trying to do new elixirs or new potions of some kind to craft I don't know, cures, healing. That was mainly
Anything
it.
political?
Political. I did have an opportunity to meet with the Council of Civility, with some of the higher council. They offered me a position to be like an advisor, but I turned that down because I did not know any of them, and they were kind of gaudy.
Hmm.
Did you hear about the new Arcanum?
Yeah, the beacon over in Alusha. Yes.
Um,
Well, there's also the teleporter in the Shadowfell.
mhm, That as well.
I'm sorry. Come again.
There's a teleporter in the Shadowfell.
That's not. There's no magic
Yes.
in the Shadowfell.
You know,
That's
there is
where that cure you're holding came from.
He like, looks at it.
in
He's like,
Darkhaven.
that's. I don't understand that.
Yeah, there's lots of information all around, but not sure how it all ties together. Cruz.
Yes.
Cruz, when I went with you, with that whole like god thing, there was also discussion of a danger between this time and then what was it in between? It was in Arcanum to what?
From Arcanine
Arcanum.
to the what's it called? Epoch.
To Arcanine and then Epoch.
From those phases. During those phases, some great danger was going to occur.
I don't. There's just
Well-
so much I don't understand. Do we just
Did
wait for the
Arcanine just
pattern?
start?
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
are
Arcanine
middle
started.
Arcanine right now.
Well, you know what just started? That beacon. That's probably the first sign.
Should we investigate the beacon next?
The beacon's an incredible source of technology. Are you guys familiar with Arcanium?
Yes.
Well, this is a little different. This is what they're calling E-Arcanium now. It's a new refined source of Arcanium.
How did
They're
they
saying it's
refine it?
more. They're saying it's more powerful. They're saying it provides twice as much power than regular Arcanium, and they're using Arcanium depots to enhance the power of it. It's like a recurring power source. It charges itself.
Ymir's gonna scoff. Yeah, that sounds great.
It's really good.
Do we even know how it works?
Uh,
Like where it
all
comes from?
I only got the name of E Arcanium. I don't know what the E stands for. We know F Arcanium's from the Feywild, so I don't know where the E Arcanium comes from.
Yeah, so it might all just be bullshit or whatever. You see Ymir just like looking around, like
Are you okay?
talking under his breath. I'm fine. It's whatever.
All right.
Um,
Yeah, E Arcanium. That's
You
what
guys
they're
don't
calling
like
it.
it because it's purple.
I mean, all the beacons have gone different colors, but apparently this one just shoots up magenta, which is
yeah,
gaudy in its way.
bullshit.
It's a little
Thieves.
okay. Laurent just kind of like presses his nose a bit.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, it maybe. So it came from Arlusha. The beacon, the new beacon, came from Arlusha with the E Arcanium.
Mm-hmm.
Man, guys, I'd like to investigate that a little bit, possibly.
We have to
Everything.
go to Alicia anyway.
Awesome, that's great. I'd like to find whoever made this E Arcanium and talk to them really nicely.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd like to speak to them nicely, huh?
Ymir's gritting his teeth.
Idris just reaches over and pats Ymir's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll find them. We'll have a
Wonderful
quote unquote. We'll have a wonderful talk,
Wonderful
and you'll get
conversation.
everything out of your system.
You know, with the recent uncoverings of all this politicalness between the kingdoms, I do wonder what Genesis' stance is on all of this. So I do get curious on what they're striking a deal about with Oracle means. If that means a new age of peace between the two continents, or maybe they're pacting against the Delicians if they've done something wrong. But I don't understand why not all of the kingdoms can just share the information and be prosperous.
Because power. That's just how that works.
I mean, old King Delician is technically the reigning over this land. It looks like Caldora. It's like that no one owns this land. Halavar doesn't own this land, nor does Oracle or Arlusha. This is a sovereign area that is most regionally close to the Delician province. And, it's just a matter of time before someone wants to claim it, and I'd rather be on Oracle's side than it would be the provinces. So it's a little difficult. Or maybe even Halavar. But with Halavar, you have to have religious tether in your land, and that doesn't seem to roll with Caldora. Just kind of chuckles.
Certainly not.
They do like the names that we have here, though. They think they're nice. I mean, sorry to be a little bit from that point ending, but I mean, there's not much else information I have.
No, it's fine. It's quite a lot regardless.
You've given us enough.
I mean, I've been waiting for a little while. I mean, it's kind of like says like I got a little bored, and I was actually starting to write on my own journal about the uncoverings of individuals in your own group. I was kind of researching into some of the nuances of you all, and just trying to figure out.
What do
some
you
things.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Hmm?
What do you mean?
Well, all you had made mentions of like things that you guys had participated, like sorcery, wizardry, like some oaths that you had taken. Looks at Father Cruz. Like I got curious about the workings of that, and myself being an artificer of trade.
You're an artificer?
It's not.
Do you think you could help me with something?
I mean, I can try.
I've been By the way, sorry it took so long for us to get there. It was my birthday yesterday. We were.
Oh, happy birthday! I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, I've been doing my research.
On the Nova night.
And-
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that's a whole thing. But have you ever heard of an arcane battery?
It's a big scientific.
you-
It's a scientific splendor of the Makoti. We're right next to the Makoti. I mean, Numbai, I believe, is actually the ones who inherited the term of the arcane battery, and
Yeah.
they don't really discuss on the powers of which that is.
What do you know about the arcane battery?
From what I understand, the arcane batteries are actually the internal power source for many of the technologies of the Makoti Desert. And Mumbai trades arcane batteries.
Trades arcane batteries. Do you think they're like some sort of like item or?
Well, I would assume it's a battery. I've never seen one.
Ymir is gonna be unwrapping his wraps on his right arm as he says, "You're staring at one like right now.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Is it a tattoo? Or...
An arcane battery is a person."
You see Laurent kind of like darts his eyes. I don't understand. What do you mean?
He's gonna show his marking to him. Arcane batteries are a singular generation of Genasi born from the Nova Knight that have been gifted with a deposit of arcanum within a certain part of their body, mine being my right wrist. And the Mumbai people, those shitheads, basically grabbed the children from their homes and forced them into the military as arcane batteries so that they could power certain devices. And I didn't know that they sold us
No, but like
different areas.
no, because like that wouldn't make sense. The fire
Nope.
genasi.
That's what it is. That's what they do.
But you understand that the Makoti Desert and the Delician Province work hand in hand with one another. You do understand this, right?
No, I don't know much about it. I left the desert a long time ago.
Nunbai and the Delician Province go like way back when the old king was still in power. Nunbai still believes that Delician is the king of the entirety of the east, the west.
Well, that should also be bullshit because we believe in the Sandman, and
Ymir, is it possible that they were recruiting for King Delician's army?
no way. That's
I mean,
that doesn't make any
it would. I mean, they are arming like the Delicians arm forces to Arlusha, to the Makoti, to many different smaller regions. Dracel, I believe, also gets some of that militia. If the case is that they're trading in people, that's very different.
I mean, they have to be. There's no other thing that an arcane battery could be other than being a person.
I called them a battery.
Because we're able to power things with our bodies. We have an odd constitution, which allows me to do things and put things into my body without it being unstable. Ymir will take off his bandana and show his eye,
Oh,
like this.
I just thought you had missed your eye. I didn't realize you had something. Oh my goodness.
No, I could
That's
see.
an art. Is that an artifact? It's magical.
Yeah, I stole this from them by. I'm only
Like-
telling you this because you said you're an artificer.
I
and
am,
was
and I'm
trying-
shocked. You've attuned to a. Is that attuned?
Yeah. Well, no, and yes, kind of. It's attuned to my body. It's like
That's
blood bond.
remarkable. You see, looks at it. He's kind of staring at it, and in a weird glimmering. It's like Ignan brass, maybe. It looks like.
You could touch it. I'll allow it.
You should. And he climbs over the table, and he's leaning over and touching the thing, kind of in your guys' way. Whoever's near the table, very invasive.
While this is happening, as Laurent is doing this, Idris just kind of covers her face with her hands.
It's scratches at it, and it's like, is it? Oh, that's brass, and it looks like it's hot. Touches. Did you put
Just
something?
Don't poke my eye. Like it still works.
It's an eye
like-
still. Oh my goodness. You see, he's
Your
very
purple eyes
pulling
really
his
looking at
hand
it.
out. It's like, oh, whatever this is a remarkable feat. It looks. It looks almost as similar to what's it called? He's snapping his fingers together. The same way of assembly for the Warforged, the way that they would kind of put on devices to the bodies to create magical attunements. It looks like they would just replace the parts.
Pretty much, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. My research
Like prosthetic.
is, yeah, kind of. I'm mixing biology with magic using.
And you're a
magical
sorcerer.
items. Yeah,
He just like nods his head. It's like,
arcane bathers are sorcerers.
should take up
Is that
artificery.
why your magic is purple?
Yes,
I wonder if that has to do with the bacon.
that's why I'm pissed, Cruz.
You're
That's-
bad.
that's-
So that's. Oh.
I'm.
Wait.
I'd be
wait a
more
minute.
worried that they're mining people, Ymir.
Wait a minute.
Well, either way, like
Beacon purple. You're arcane battery. Battery exists. Trading batteries with Alusha. Oh my goodness. And you see like
Someone's
he's like
scouring
he
the
like
beacon?
it's like opening his journal and he's like looking at it. It's like I had a hunch that they were using arcanium batteries to power that E arcanium, right?
mhm.
E stands for elemental. That's what it stands for. And he's like writing that down. Elemental arcanium. They're using the batteries. They're using you. He like points at
Yep, they're
Ymir.
using people.
I-
Ymir
That-
has his arms
that,
crossed,
like,
he's
because
such an asshole.
The way you're
Think my
describing it,
research
it could
is such bullshit.
and then you
They're using people.
that's
Oh,
not
we're gonna shut down this portal or
but like
whatever it is.
that's a remarkable
Yeah.
feat of science, but I don't understand the logic. I mean, I guess it's its own kingdom, it can do whatever it wants, but like
Not a lot of logic. We were created off of a wish.
that's true. That's a lot of magic nowadays. Oh my goodness.
Sounds
This
more
opens
like
up.
these people are being forced against their will to power this
Mhm.
beacon.
Yeah,
But why-
no,
okay.
my government sucks.
But if that's
My
happening,
government sucks.
what okay. Ooh. You know what I think? I think this, and I'm gonna put this out here. This is my hypothesis. What if Xenophane was assisting in smuggling people to Alusha? Right? But that book, the cures and stuff, maybe somebody there is gonna die. Maybe they're trying to find something to help them, and them being alive is important.
The queen.
I'm spitballing it. I actually don't know, but I'm trying to think of like how that tethers to the thing that had happened to me. Like why was that important? That's the part I've been spiraling on. But you give me new information. I think I could use this to summarize a potential strategy of developing. But now I really don't want to release the notes because now that if I do release them, then it helps that. Oh no! You see, Laurent like leans back in his chair. His hands are on his head. It's like, now I have a moral dilemma.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of stuff.
It is a lot.
I need to take a walk. You see, Laurent stands up and just walks away from the table.
See you.
Mir's gonna go back to wrapping his stuff on his arm and putting his bandana back over his eyes.
So Idris, what do you know from our Lucia that makes you wary to go to it?
Idris kind of just smiles and she just kind of side-eyes Carnelian and then back to Father Cruz. Just, you know, crime.
Harness finishing his food.
Oh, is that where you two met?
No. It's actually the last place we saw each other. Just, you know, crime.
Was it particularly bad? Were you chased out?
Yeah. Well, we chased out.
How they got out.
I have no idea how, but yeah. It's I'm a bit wary to return because I don't know if I have a feeling that they know who I am. I have a feeling they know who Carnelian is, but I don't know who else might still be there. That's the problem.
I wonder if we're wanted.
Someone who would want you dead?
You know
or...
what? You know what would be really funny if we got thrown into prison.
Potentially.
I don't think that would be really
That's all we
funny.
could do.
It would be kind of silly.
I would love a prison break story.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
Well,
Mm-mm.
either way, we have to go to our Lucia. There's things there that we need to know too much we must investigate there.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot, and we're going north anyway. So, at least as far as I'm aware,
I have to beat the shit out of somebody.
well,
Well,
we may
this
have
just
to.
sounds very bad with all of their ties to the Delician King.
I
Mhm.
can't go back to jail.
We're not going to jail.
We'll try to keep you out.
You just sneak in the shadows. If anything, they'll just arrest me. It's fine, right?
How about we just take out everybody that we see? That's
I'm
okay with that.
I don't. How long has it been since you've been to Arlucia?
It's been a few
A
cycles.
while.
At least I haven't been back. Have you?
No, I have not.
Well,
I think I want to go back there.
the guy wants to go back.
Were you
I'm a-
stealing? Were you killing?
It's a long
How-
story.
It is a long story.
Or do you think your crimes are bad enough to where you would be noticeable on sight, or someone
Oh,
have to
yeah.
look at a wonder? Oh,
Oh, yeah.
What if we dressed you up as something else?
I have a dress.
I'm not wearing a
Still.
dress.
You could look nice.
You look cute in the dress.
I'm
Not as
not
great
wearing
as
a
me,
dress.
but like you could do it. You could pull something off.
Well, here's the thing. Carnelian can stealth it very easily. I'm not concerned about him being spotted. It's more so me. I'm the bard. I'm
What if we
kinda-
dyed your fur black?
Heck no! Are you kidding me? This is my natural color.
She would not.
I'm
pull off
just
black. Not
Giving
right
out ideas.
Oh,
Her brown glow is beautiful.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not like
It just wouldn't work.
I'm just giving
so,
options.
Like maybe we could do like a white, but that would
a
just
white.
It just wouldn't.
No.
I
Oh
don't
why don't
no.
we just get a nice cloak?
It's a whole color theory as well.
Here's the thing. Regardless, I would stick out like a sore thumb there. They don't have a lot of Leonins up there if you want, if you're curious.
What if he made you look like an old lady?
What is up with you in trying to dress me up into something I am not hot?
Also,
I'm just gonna
I don't
look
know
over.
if you could walk around with us. You wouldn't have to be scared of sneaking around as much. And what
If
else would
I-
you do?
I
I
don't
don't know about any of you guys, but if I get caught there and they're about to take me to jail, I will fight them.
I'm down
I'm-
with it.
That may make it worse.
I'm okay
Yeah,
with the
but
neighbors.
I'm already in a debt.
Fuck that entire town. I don't care. I don't even know them.
Well, they're relatively new,
Yeah.
quote unquote, relatively. They've been saying that for cycles, that they're relatively new.
Huh.
Their money isn't relatively new, it's old.
Huh. I'm just gonna look over at Velu. Velu. Velu.
Hello,
Velu. Velu.
hello,
Velu.
hello,
Velu.
Belu's
hello,
bear stares
Hello.
off into the distance.
Hello.
He's just
Hello.
staring downwards.
hello,
Velu.
hello,
Shut up.
hello.
Get out of my head.
You're just gonna
No.
flick him in the
What
forehead.
what happened? What? Yeah, yes.
So
Is
like,
anyone
you're
else
like,
in that library?
Not really.
Okay.
so your like skills to like disguise yourself. Are you able to share that with other people? Or is that
Skills?
just like that's just a racial thing?
Velu feels like a mind blank. Like the past 10 minutes, he doesn't know what the fuck happened.
And I'm
Um,
asking you a question.
Huh? What? Huh? What?
Are you able to share your like disguising ability with
No.
other people? Do you have any tips? Though? Because you can't change your clothes, right? Are you able to change your clothes?
Velu now looks confused and concerned, and then he's gonna look around, make sure that no one else is like here, and then he's gonna look at Ymir. Why are we talking about this?
Because we're talking about our Lucia. Were you paying attention to everything that occurred just now?
No.
It was like a big lore drop.
Idris
No.
and Carnelian are wanted up there.
Ymir's gonna flick him over the head again.
Wanted? Why are they wanted?
Crime. Apparently.
Crime.
You know,
fine.
as long as we don't go up there, we don't. It's okay, right?
We're going
that?
up there.
Go up there. They're selling people.
Which is Ymir's gonna flick him over the head again. Did you not listen to the thing that they're using people as the beacon. You know that beacon that I was pissed about?
They're using people as beacons.
Me kind of people.
Oh, that makes it worse.
Which is why we have to
Why
go
does
up
it make
there.
it worse that it's
Ymir's
his
gonna flick him over
people?
the head again.
I feel like any people is
It's
bad.
basically
Yeah.
using slavery, I suppose.
It's slavery, it's weird, and they also stole my reason. Ymir's gonna flick him over the head. My bad. That one was just because I felt like it.
All right,
But
If
Ymir,
you
still,
flick
Ymir,
me off
Ymir,
one more time, I'm
take
going
a
to
seat,
take my sword
take a
off.
seat.
I'm just getting mad. My bad.
Can
Ymir's
we,
gonna
can,
back up.
hey,
My bad. I'm sorry.
it's a library. Can we lower it down just a little bit, please?
Well, Idris, I guess the worst case scenario would be is if you're noticed, I could also change into you. You can draw them away.
Or I could just, I don't know, run.
I can
I
fight them.
did it. No, we did it before, and by we I mean I have no idea how I ran out of there in time, but I could do it again.
Well,
What?
Let's just
being
get
captured
to-
actually might be for the best, considering we need to speak with the
You're
queen.
right. Actually, she grabs Father Cruz's like hands and clasps them together. If I get captured, right? I'm inside. I can still message all of you.
You see that Laurent starts to approach back to the table. He takes a seat and he puts his glasses like, all right, I had some time to think. I may be overreacting.
No, you don't ever react ever. What are you talking about?
Overanalyzing maybe. Looks at Ymir. It's like, you're saying that the arcane batteries are
people.
Were they
Young,
they're
or
called
around the 20s.
Okay. I had an epiphany that
Okay.
the fact of using people as batteries is not insane, because historically there are creatures that can power entire like facilities and such the same way Arcanium can, like Feywise and etc. Fey Arcanium's a whole entire like study about this. But I do want to make clear that they also could not be doing that. This also could just be, this is all hypothesis, and maybe I'm overanalyzing. It does make sense and it does tether to our thoughts, but I am going to say now, I do not know. I cannot confirm unless I've seen, and if you have a very fair confidence in that, I suggest that you prove that.
I didn't really know if it was gonna be arcane batteries being used as the beacon. To be clear, you're the one who brought that up.
I made it's a hypothesis, yes.
Yeah, but I agree with the hypothesis. It's actually a pretty big possibility as my magenta series that I use with this thing in my eye. The reason why it is magenta is not because of the thing in my eye, it is because of the arcanium deposit in
Yeah,
my
Arcanium's
body
naturally purple.
mixed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I'm not when it's mixed with like blood, I don't know. I'm not really sure why it's magenta, but that's what it is. And I never seen any other spells like that as well. So my hypothesis is that it has to be someone from my people.
What do we know about Nimbai?
It's the Fire Genasi colony, the capital of...
Is the Makoti still very segregated?
I would assume so, but apparently they're doing dealings with the Lycian. They used to just not really like anybody except for themselves.
I meant just between the different elemental genasi. Are they all still segregated?
Yeah, but Nimbai has the most power as fire. I'm not sure why the Fire Genasi have the most power, but they kind of control the entire area and they segregate every other colony.
I'd be suggestive to say that maybe Alusha isn't the first step. I'd maybe be suggestive to say that Nimbai is the first step. Figuring out what they're sourcing and how they're doing all this trade, and then stopping the trade.
Don't go to Alusha yet, and go to...
Well, Alusha is a whole entire kingdom. Nimbai is a much smaller city.
I mean, it is a good point. We should figure who they're selling the people to.
This again, I'm throwing out ideas.
in the hypothesis.
I look at all of you as adventurers. I am no adventurer. I don't even know how to hold a blade. But I do know this: if there is a proof, you should find the source first. And I think that since Arlucia seems to be the endpoint, it will only lead you to more uncertainties. The only certainty we have right now, based on your information, Ymir, and also just from the past few days, Numbai's trading something that's really important to either the Delicians or to the Aleutians.
And the beacon did go up on the Nova Night.
Another yes, it did. I didn't even put that together. I just figured that it was maybe it's significant into the Aleutian. I didn't understand that.
My mark glue when the Nova Night occurred and the beacon went up. It might be possible that on the Nova Night an arcane battery is more powerful, but I don't know. I've never experienced something like that before. I don't usually fight on the Nova Night.
This is all relatively new for myself as well. This is a brand new feat. Oracle had announced that Arlucia was coming with some brand new resource back when we were first there, is during the month of Zeus. They had brought up this idea of a new technological energy source, but it was kind of it was as illogical as my research. So it didn't really mean that much until it happened. So again,
What is the Nova Night?
oh, the Nova Night's a tremendous time. Historically, it was the last wish of the Sandman, the old Lukoi. He had a very fine tag of individuals. I believe Jinnism, the 4 genies of elementals, the last wish of the 9 kingdoms. There's many different stories to this, but basically
You
the last
knew-
wish.
Old McCoy?
Huh?
You mentioned him.
No, that's the Sandman. Yeah, that's what they called him, the Sandman. But he goes by his name is his old Lukoi, like his original name, and then people started calling him the Sandman. It's a terrific story.
I didn't know that.
But I knew someone named that in my youth.
I didn't know anything about the Koi.
He was an Earth Genasi.
He looks at
Oh.
you like Father Cruz is like, how old are you?
325? How old is
There's too many Lord
Geniism?
I mean, Jinnism's been around for maybe 100 years, maybe 200 years. But I mean, it would make sense because the Nova Night was relatively how old are you? And looks over at Ymir
27 now.
and just looks at you. It's like 27 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So, I knew your god as a human? Or as a...
Well, he was a normal being. He was a
I knew
mortal
that.
turned god. That's weird.
It's like
Ymir's gonna
Laurent just
laugh.
looks left at Father Cruz and just stares at him.
Weird. It's just so much weird shit. This is too much.
Yeah, that was his original name. I mean, that was just the stories. I mean, outside of the Makoti never refers to him by his real name.
Yeah, we don't even know his real. Well, I didn't know his real name.
Well, now you know he was an Earth Genasi.
What the fuck?
Makes sense. Sand.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, sure.
The Laurent
No one's ever saw his
smiles,
face.
thinking he's slick.
You know that he initially lived in Halavar?
I did not
He
know that.
initially what?
Mm-hmm.
What did he do? What was he like?
I didn't know him that well,
Okay.
but
We're just gonna put his hands on his sides and just sit there.
he was obsessed with religion, similar to me. But it seems he made it.
He made something.
I wonder how he accomplished getting all the genies. That's so cool. My godding. My gawking.
Ymir,
What?
could ask.
I don't. Oh. Hey, Cinder.
Laurent kind of like curiously looks an eye at you. It's yeah, Mir, yes.
Can you come out real quick?
Sure.
If you're feeling it.
I mean, I'm not really feeling it. I mean, I
Oh, then
could
don't do that.
I could come out.
You don't have to then.
I mean,
I was gonna ask you.
I'm just listening.
I was gonna ask you a question. How did the Sandman acquire you and your siblings? Did he
Sandman
go
was
into the plains?
so the Sandman, when he found me, I wasn't the first one. The first one he had found was my brother Dao. I'm trying to think. It was
The Earth
which
Genasi?
I forget which one. It was one of my brothers, and he had found him. And his first wish was for all the genies to be there. Like, he wished for all the genies.
Okay.
So
he wished you into existence.
no, he wished like to have all of the genies. Like, he wished, like, the first wish he had made was to have all the genies, and he had all the genies on the first wish.
Oh wow.
Now, it was very clever.
Very smart, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you can't wish for more wishes. You can't do, like, there's like some generic genie like elemental code of that thing and bullshit, and it's not really true. You actually can wish for whatever you want. It doesn't actually matter. Like, there's no like cap on wishes or anything like that. You can wish for many things as long as the genie has power to do so. And you see that like Cinder goes into like this detail of discussing like this, and she's like shakes her head, just like, anyways, he had wished us all to be present, but I believe that it was one of my brothers that was first. I don't actually know which one.
I would assume what's the names of your siblings? And which Jin is it?
I mean, there's Talus, which is the Tao, the Ring of Eden. There's Sagar, the Marid, which is the water genasi. There's Jet, the genie. She's the winds. And me, Cinder, the Afriti.
I would assume it's the Tao.
Yeah, Talus, probably. If maybe he got lucky and found an old relic, or maybe he was gifted it. I do not know. The Ring of Eden.
Interesting.
Cinder flames out of your eye socket and goes onto the table, and everybody just sees flames approach the table again as a small little Cinder Afridi is walking across the table. Laurent's like, what the fuck?
Oh, so I have one of them, by the way.
You have a genie.
Yeah.
Have you made a wish?
This has to be like really.
Cinder like turns her hips and looks at Laurent, like looks it up, and is like, "It's not how it works." And just like looks at you, Ymir.
It's also a little rude, Laurent. You can't just go up to a genie.
Like,
and
I've been here for
make
many.
wishes.
I've been here longer than you have been breathing, and most of all of you have been breathing. Show some respect.
How old are you?
Eons, probably.
Damn.
Genie.
Yeah.
It looks like Carnelian. It's like, but I'm not too old. Winks at you.
The damn is crazy.
Really understand there.
So yeah. I have
Forever
one
young,
of
they
them.
say.
I have one of them, and I've caught wind that another one was stolen from one of the tombs.
Oh, poor Jet,
Yeah.
my sister.
Are you gonna put her in your other eye?
No. What? No.
Jet kind of giggles.
Did I tell you guys actually that I got the dream from the Sandman? I don't know if I talked about it.
Huh?
Yeah, I
You
got
did.
Was it to just you or everyone else?
Told me. I mean, like Jet raises their not Jet, but Cinder raises their hand on the table, like little flames flickering up.
Remember We talked about it with the compass that I got. Oh, well, actually, Carnelian has. No.
So I
Okay.
told you guys.
No, I don't. I don't think you told them.
Oh, well, yeah. I got a dream from the Sandman about how he kind of would like.
Is he actually made of sand?
No, no, no,
Eyes
no,
on.
no. He's a person. It's just I've never seen his face before. It's kind of weird. It's like a bunch of moving eyes. A little creepy, but pretty cool. Anyways, he was talking about how like the Jinn they already lost all their power and stuff like that, and they came from the plains, and he kind of seems like he would like them to be back in their plains where they came from. Which I mean, I'm down to do. Don't know how to do it, but I'd be down if I could figure out the way.
Jet kind of like flares a little bit of their like elemental flame out, and just like, we all belong in our respective planes. We are kind of what is it called? Famous in those areas. And once we return back to our planes, we get all of our elemental powers back, and we can do great things. Cosmos, shaping the world, the universe, etc.
Pretty powerful shit.
I mean, it's what we do.
Anyways, Laurent, that's kind of like the main gist. Is there anything else you need to know about?
We're all just scratching his head and staring at Cinder.
Okay, through the stair.
But like, don't you see like the significance of having an otherworldly patron at your disposal? You basically have trapped yourself a like a nuke. I think that's what we call it.
Hold on. She is not some object.
It's not what I
Laurent, come on
mean.
now. Partner.
It's
Partner. We're partners. Business partner. Also friend.
It just seems
Trapped myself.
That's tremendous power to hold. I'm worried about that. However,
Why?
well, you do realize that artifacts such as like the Jinn artifacts and there's like holy relics out there, those things can be, targeted. Like people can locate those items and try to find them, or
Yeah, of course.
it can be dangerous. Like, I'm sure you're not the only person who's encountered the genie or wanted to encounter one and find the quote unquote person who can grant a wish, type of story.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You're telling me like a lot of things that I already know about. That what is this? What are we doing right now?
And
How
just,
is
Not to be
Cinder?
rude or anything. I'm just saying,
Laurent's like staring at the gin, and it's like I just didn't really think that it was true. Like I thought they were all, I thought that the Nova Knight was a lore, like a mythological thing, and that the Nova Knight arcane batteries, like you just had told me, they are kids and like children.
nope, all real.
That's what I'm dealing with right now. I'm trying to comprehend the magical chaos that has been unleashed by the Jinn into whatever the children of the Makoti are now. It's been 26 years. Where are they?
The Jinn?
No, the other kids who are like you, likely.
Oh, I have only met one other, and apparently he's crazy now. He was my ex,
What the odds
and
that?
then yeah, I mean he saved me. He was cool. And then I fucked him over, and then he fucked people over, and I assume he stole one of the Jinns, and he probably has that power, which I think I'm a more safer option to have that kind of power than him, apparently. So that's dangerous if he has that. But
Laurent just like kind of like scratches the head. Cinder's like, I'm uncomfortable, and just zooms back into your eye.
So were all of the genies applied to the Sandman's body?
I think he just held them like a normal person. I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. This is not like a normal. This is not. You don't normal. Arcane batteries don't just put things into their body, except for me. I don't know if anyone else is going to do it, but I'm just a. People just usually hold the item, like as an attunement slot.
And Cinder just happened to be an eye?
No, she was like a normal amulet around my neck before. I chose this.
Hmm.
So,
Medallion of Elder Sons, Laurent says.
yeah. Anyways, I was hoping you could help me with my research later, if you're still gonna be around.
I mean, I'm going to be here, yes, for sure. I mean, I'm here for a while. I'm definitely going back to Oracle after all the fiasco there, and you know. Oh, speaking of fiasco, the League, the islands, the archipelago outside of both of the continents, completely unrelated, offer me a position. Looks at
Really?
Idris. Yeah, the
Haven't you wanted to
rising.
go there forever?
Yeah, this is lovely biological life that haven't been. They have the Mount Flare volcano where there are other
Oh,
fire genasi there. I mean, there's plenty of the
I
other
want to go.
wind clans and such, and it's beautiful. Um, but it's from the Rising Tide HQ, and I'm not much of a sailor. And I know they work kind of on vessels and such for their documentation. I don't know how that would be.
I feel as if you would enjoy it.
It could be fun. It could be cool. Yeah, it might be fun.
Are you scared to sail alone or something?
I just don't like the water.
He gets seasick.
Hmm.
Um,
But it's a
Fair.
great opportunity. That's
I always
unfortunate.
enjoy a good swim.
Just don't like wet fur. I'm a city guy.
mhm.
Are you
Well,
guys gonna be staying here for long?
I'm just gonna look over Idris.
Um, well, our parents have requested us for dinner.
Laurent just like
So,
slams his head into the table. Ugh.
Our
Uh,
parents have requested us for dinner. How
why
was
would?
Valora when you saw her? Have you
And
seen
he kind of
her?
like slowly looks up at you and just keeps his head on the table. It's like she's fine.
Oh, yeah?
Well, fine as she's been, I suppose. I don't know.
Idris just kind of hangs her head
You ever
at the
feel like
very
you're out of
mention of
touch with your
family dinner.
siblings? It just.
Yes, really. I mean, she kind of gestures between them. I mean, yeah, definitely.
I feel like that one's going to be much more difficult because every time I try to have a conversation with her, she doesn't want to participate. So I find myself talking more than I should, and then it kind of turns
How
into a cold breath and awkwardness and.
how was Mother's reaction for when you came home?
Oh, she was delighted. She warmly
Oh,
open arms and she grabbed me by the cheeks and.
oh, good. I'm so glad that your you know,
I mean,
reunion with her was
you
kind.
and mother have never been kind to one another.
No,
So,
no, never.
I mean, father's always been the same. He just hasn't changed a bit, actually.
He looks tired.
Yeah, I'd imagine. He's running a business later into his life. He probably just wants to sit by the beach at this point.
I don't blame him.
And
She just kind of
I'm assuming he wanted me to. Yeah,
to take over.
yeah, because 'cause that's what his dream is, and his dream pulls into mother's ambitions, and mother doesn't care for. You know, that's
Whole
Umas
other
is gonna
can of
look over
worms.
at Cruz. Do you
dinner.
ever get tired, Father?
Tired of what?
Ew.
Can you actually say that again? It just cut out for me.
Do you ever get tired of just doing what you do? Like,
Sometimes, but I feel like that's more stress from the job.
Laurent looks over, spoken like a true father. Roy swears up and down that he loves what he does. Yet I see him passing out every other day at that desk, even though there's slightly less and less business every day. He should sell it, give that home to some new business person out there who's willing to do what they can with it, and just rake the rest of his life in enjoyment and, maybe some separation from some type of a vacation from vacation. It's just
A vacation from obligation, really.
Hmm. He's been here his whole life.
I know.
Sorry, he like looks over at the rest of you. It's personal stuff. I apologize. This is silly.
Yeah, it doesn't really matters.
It's family things. And did I mention, brother? All of my friends have been invited to our dinner.
You see his nails scratch on the table. Oh. So our best behaviors, right? Oh, yay.
It's just like laughing into her hands.
Oh my goodness.
When's dinner?
Oh,
What time is it?
it was a little 6:15 when we came in here.
Well, that's late. The business, they were still in the shop at 6?
They were still there. Don't they close at 5?
Mm-hmm.
So it's giving
Dinner with your
that
parents painful?
It's not, it's pleasant when we spend our time in separate rooms eating our dinner most of the time. It's pleasant then.
It's nice when none of us are looking at each other, especially my mother.
Someone always wants to say something, and it's always Idris first, and just points at you.
I can't help it.
And it's
Wow.
not if it's not
She-
if it's
she
not
then points at
it's not Idris, it's beloved father who wants to try to start a conversation, and then the pitch
And
in
it's
is a
always
shutdown. It's a
it's always,
shutdown
oh,
immediately.
it's always and it's always, as a family we should come together. No, I'm tired.
No.
Honestly, I could just do with
I
not going.
don't want
Well,
to come together right now.
you could look at it this way. Since we're gonna be at the dinner, it's not gonna be just y'all.
No,
But like,
They'll
Jesus.
also be on their best behavior.
Our
you
mother,
all will be in for a show.
our mother's gonna make us. You just got here. She's gonna make you work. She's gonna make you work like a dog. Like it's so silly. I don't even know if I can
I
use that
know.
reference. It's just.
You know what?
Oh
You know
wait,
what
what
she
is she
said to
gonna have
me?
us do?
You know what she said to me?
Not
She said
you.
you look terrible. Terrible?
But she's okay. But like,
Me?
you do look terrible.
Do I?
You do. Look at
Oh,
you. Look
shut
at
up.
look
Tell
at
me
your
lies.
whiskers. You're barely.
No.
Look at them. They're singed.
It just
Been through
rubs
5
her
different
eyes.
fireballs.
It's been a tough couple of weeks, okay?
Don't cry.
I just look so ugly.
I didn't say that. I'm not gonna call you beautiful. You're my sister. It's weird.
Idris is just crying.
Stop with the crocodile tears.
You
Look
will
at
just
her.
like pat her on the back.
Your mother does the same
I
thing.
haven't had
Idris-
a proper bath in weeks.
Idris, in my
Oh,
300 years of living,
boo-hoo, a
you're
poor
one of the more pretty
bath.
people.
Oh, not to mention, our mother held Cruz's hands for way too long. You
Ew, I
should have
hate when
seen
she
the
does that.
look.
I
We
hate when
had
she
to go.
does that. Ew.
Idris
gross.
gets up and she starts walking to the entrance of the library.
Do we have to go now?
Yes,
Okay.
please, please.
Laurent like lifts his head up and looks at all the rest of you.
Ymir just has his arms crossed and his like mouth agape, and he's like, "Wow, this is kind of like a show." I'm sorry, but I'm amazed.
What?
I'm just amazed.
You don't have siblings?
No, I have a lot of siblings.
I'm sure if you haven't seen them in a long time, they probably would react similarly. And it's like
Yeah.
Laurent like looks over, it's like, I came back and I thought, they were gonna be over shit. But they're not over anything. They just don't
Nope,
fucking
never.
forget.
No,
No,
never.
Idris walks right back over. No, they never forget. and then they hang it above your head, and
Got
you're
their
just like,
going
Okay.
again.
Why
But why
don't we talk and
The
talk
thing is,
now?
they don't even know what I do,
No,
Idris. Like, they
We're just
don't
gonna
ask.
push them
what
out
they
the
do.
They
door.
don't ask me
They
what I
haven't
do.
even asked what
So
I've done, Laurent. I've been good for
We're gonna
9
cut the session
cycles.
here for the first break.
So
we're
funny.
gonna come back at 20 past, but yeah, you guys we'll stop here for now. I'll see you guys 20 minutes past. Enjoy your little bit of a break. Catch you later.
Facts.
Okay. And we're back.
Hi, Jacob.
I give an extra minute, you know, for the
Among Us.
for the people in the back.
Among Us?
Where? Huh?
Among Us.
Among Us sucks.
Wow. That's it. End stream.
It's over. The campaign's done.
All right, we're going back into it. Just straight out the cuff. Rolling into it. All right. A hop, skip, and a jump through Caldora leads you to the front doors of the estate of Idris's home. The home itself is, how should I say, a good-sized home. There's a courtyard, like it's a 2-story building. It has it looks like it has many large windows pointing out to the sides. You could see like the different floorings of like the inside and the outside. Again, the orange and blue like tile roofings and such are just kind of showing. It's a very nice place. I mean, it's a home for sure, and it's definitely matches to the attitudes of the environment. You do see that they're walking with you, Laurent and Idris both are sharing some same chatter and banter back and forth. The rest of you who are kind of conglomerating behind have your appearances that are made as they are, and you know, cleaned up as much as you could beforehand. You all begin to arrive at Idris's family home.
What's it look like?
I mean, the house itself is a very like, think of a very like cookie cutter side type of house, but it's like a valley type of home. 2 floors. Looks like it has multiple rooms. It's a Spanish design, you know, tiled. You know, has a white, you know, white
Spy Kids.
fencing.
No bad.
Yeah, sure.
My kids invented Hispanic.
That was the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, it's just because
They
that
had
guy.
a cool home at Spy Kids, bro.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was a
know if
cool
y'all-
home.
It was actually kind of fire. Like it was like my dream home growing up.
That's what you want.
It's nice, bro.
I wanted the microwave.
Wait, dude, yes, bro. Okay, my bad. But let's go back.
Anyways, yeah, home. May or may not be the Spy Kids home from the movie.
So, how do you go about tackling this? Is there anything we should do as the guests? Like,
As a guest, be honest, I suppose.
How honest.
Like pretty honest. Just try not to get your feelings hurt, maybe.
or I could sit out here
No.
and like, okay.
No.
What?
No,
I
my
don't
mother
think
would
you
You
wanna
will,
like
know
you
that.
will
your
immediately
deep
be
backstory.
targeted by my father, and then you will be stuck with him probably for the rest of the night.
And he talks a lot.
Aw,
More than
it's
me.
cute.
He talks a lot.
I'm not talking.
And he doesn't talk about very intellectual things. He just talks about, you know, fixing things around his house. He'll show you all the things he did to fix around the house, and really, it's not that impressive. No offense.
I'm also gonna side eye Cruz for a second.
Like the
No,
two
it
other
can
men-
be impressive if like it was really well done.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's
Why
like a
did you
bad
ask him?
thing.
Why did you ask him about the roof that he fixed a couple cycles ago?
Oh, when the Castro
That
came and the
was-
tsunami hit, and
Yes.
the tiles ripped off the roof, and he made a big
2
laborious effort to sit there and be, oh, look at
hours.
every individual.
Uh,
He made the
uh,
tiles by hand, and
and he measured for hours, and they were all the same size, by the way.
measure once, cut twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how he sounds, but you get the idea.
I should
Um,
take some tips.
Sounds like
Oh.
a pad.
You would
Yes.
love to speak with him, Father Cruz.
He has a.
I never knew that there were so many ways you could do roofing.
He has several ways,
Oh
and he'll
my,
tell you all about them.
it's wonderful.
Idris's hand just keeps like going back and forth on the doorknob.
Idris, you gotta open the door eventually.
Get it
I
together, Idris.
Ymir's gonna walk over, put his hand
5,
on her hand. You got this.
4,
It'll be fine.
3, 2. She twists the doorknob and she opens the door.
Door.
Hello.
Hello. You hear from inside. You smell cooking already. Good food. Like, still, as much as you hate your parents' home, the cooking was never the problem. Like the food was always fine, fantastic actually. It was just the company that you always kept, and you already see like the nice ornate like open area that you go inside. Shoes go off in the very front. Big deal. You see like there's a nice wood laminate flooring, and there's pictures on the walls. That's portraits, plates, many antiquities. It's a very traditional home. You hear from the inside of the house is like, oh, sweetie, can you come here? I need some help.
Yep, I'm on the way.
And as you come, and Laurent like literally whispers over to Carnelian. He's like, the reason I didn't announce myself is because I did not want to help.
It was fine.
Hey, is there anything we can do to help,
Ah,
guys?
Wait. Wait. And as soon as that happens, you hear Sorcha from the other room. It's like, oh, lovely, you finally arrived. We actually do need you all to go over here and set up your plates. And you guys just start assisting and putting like things up, following directions as you should. I would like for everybody to make a perception check.
Fire.
17.
13.
Let me know if anybody's higher than 20.
16.
You know what? I'm gonna use my added inspiration.
There you go. Do it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I use? I would like to use mine actually.
Okay.
Only got a 13.
Sometimes you just.
Yikes!
18 in total, man. That's mine.
Did you
Yeah,
give yourself guidance?
So,
Can I
32.
give myself guidance on my second?
Sure.
Sure. I just needed 2 guys.
32.
32. Okay. Cat.
19.
Damn.
Father Cruz, you're walking around the house, and honestly, you're like looking at the floor, and you take a really fine notice to like the graining on the laminate floor, and you take a notice that there's actually like a personal like craftsmanship to the lines on the floor that is not of like normal wood. And you go to like press their hand on the tile, and as soon as you do that, you see Roy, who comes over. Is like, yeah, that's real teak.
Did you do this yourself?
He looks at you, and he just nods his head slowly.
Wow, I mean, I've built a few homes in my lifetime, but nothing of this craftsmanship.
It's really about the way you cut the wood whenever you get it from the department, because what they do is they hide all the good ones underneath the old ones, right?
Most is falling asleep
I've
right there.
seen that.
Yeah, they don't know why
What
they
do you use
do
to
that.
cut the wood?
Oh, I have my own tools in the back.
Oh, I need to see that later.
Why not? We look now.
You're right.
You scared me like it's sidetracked. You two sneak off. With Idris, you see peering around the corner of like one of the rooms. You see Valoria, who is just kind of like standing there and just kind of looking at everything. Looks a little different than the last time you saw them. The main thing that looks a bit different about Valoria is instead of her normal like Leonin-like appearance, where she has these blondes that kind of like go across like her mane and piercings, she's dyed her hair black.
Oh. Idris immediately reacts and she points. Your hair.
She like just starts to walk away.
I have to edit things.
Valora.
She just like keeps walking.
No, Valora. She is chasing.
Yeah. So she just like walks into the other room. She goes to behind her room and just closes the door.
Idris rattles the doorknob.
It doesn't open. Idris, can you come here and help me? I have this pan hot.
Sure. She just she releases the doorknob and turns back to return to her mother.
Yeah. You see you go back and you guys start assisting and doing things for all the crews. You're outside like hands on the hips. You see the lawn perfectly cut.
I wish that I could cut my lawn
1
like
inch.
this. But it's all sand.
You don't rake your sand? And he like looks over to the corner. There's like a little sand pit that's raked.
I do rake it, but I miss clean cut grass.
You know, they have a new type of crabgrass that grows in the sand.
I'll need to pick myself up. I'll need to pick some of that up myself.
I think there's some out in Halavar, maybe? That's a little bit of a journey though.
And I just came
I
from
think I have some
there.
extra seed actually. Like he goes over to like a bin and he like just looks in, he's like, no, that's not it. And he pulls out like tools and like different things and he's like, oh, check this out. And he has like a model car.
Oh man.
It's like,
You know,
this is the
personally, I
first-
like
first
assembling little
wagon.
boats and bottles.
It's like a model wagon. The originals. They don't make them like this anymore.
I've lived for a couple 100 years, and that's definitely right.
Mm-hmm. And like, there's just a weird like pause. So you can see outside the window that Father Cruz and Roy are just like standing there holding things and looking at him.
How many sheds do you have?
One, but it's a big shed.
It's good to hear.
You wanna take a look?
Of course.
Turns around, Father takes you to the shed. Opens it up, takes a key, opens it up. You see inside all the shelves organized on the right and left side. All the tools are hanging on like their individual knobs and like there's like little outlines for all the tools.
Oh boy, Chris will like be pretending to hold the hat to his chest. I should take some notes on shed building.
Please, you flatter me.
How did you get the shelves to be so even?
I was a carpenter before I was a marketer.
I could tell.
Good times. Good times.
What college did you go to?
Self-taught.
Really?
Well, kind of. My father was a craftsman.
So did you learn from him?
In a way. I was always the one holding the, holding the torch,
Mm-hmm. I thought by becoming a father it'd be my turn to pass it on to my child, but he just didn't take DIY as much as I hoped you would.
You kids never want to travel in the same footsteps, that is for sure. And he closes the shed. Kind of have to move on, right?
I'm happy with him putting in his own footsteps. It was nothing like my parents.
I'm just happy that mine even came back to visit. And just starts walking past you, going back to the house. Let's go eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like kind of look at everything. Everything's kind of gathered. You guys are all sitting at the table at this point in your own little positions. You guys have helped like set up, and everybody has like plates in front of them. Food is served out. Idris, you sit at a position at the table. Well, right across from him, you see Valoria, who sits across from you at the table. Just sits down, kind of looks down, and just like waits and looks around.
Idris is just staring at her.
She doesn't look at you. She just kind of looks at your father, and then looks at all the other random people. Doesn't say anything.
Idris then looks to Laurent and then gestures towards Valora.
What?
Her hair,
Yeah, she has hair.
she dyed it black.
No way.
Don't take that tone with me. You know what I'm saying.
We're not
She wa-
whispering. He just like looks over. She's like, right there. She's like, Valoria's like, just
I'm sorry.
stares.
You did ignore me earlier.
Like Valoria just like looks at you. It's like, just stares at you for a second.
Is there anything else off about her?
She seems like, doesn't seem like talkative for sure. She just kind of like gives you like the eyes of just like someone who's like acknowledging you but not responding to you.
Hmm.
The rest of you who are kind of like eating and enjoying food, Sorcha just like standing at the table is like, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for making sure that our daughter and our son are safe. I really do appreciate everything that you have done for them. They had been putting themselves at risk being away from home for so long, and I can only but thank you all for your assistance in making sure they are where they belong. And just like kind of raises a glass.
Jameer just looks.
Drizzle toast.
I didn't know this was a delivery mission.
Carnelian's already drinking.
Balu's side looks at Idris and waits to see what Idris does.
Laurent's just like scratching his head. He's like, he just raises his glass, like, yep.
Idris,
So,
is-
Idris,
Idris. Oh, go ahead.
how long do you plan on us staying?
As long as we're willing to stay. You know, we still have to go to our Lucia. That's our next stop, as far as I'm aware.
Thought
Hey.
I was next.
Your dad chimes in, like cutting into his food. He's like, Alucia, huh? Yeah, that's a pretty cool place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard things about it. And just puts food into his
Oh.
mouth generically.
What have you had?
He like stops eating. He's like, oh, the usual
What's the
work
usual?
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just kind of like get stared at. It's like, so Velu, right? It's like points. He just completely derails and points over at Velu.
Balu's right eye twitches and he looks at him. Mm-hmm.
You're
Yes.
you have a sword, I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have you used it on some monsters? Huh?
Balu's gonna
Laughing.
Balu quickly. As soon as he finishes the sentence, Balu quickly turns and looks at Idris and waits.
What?
It just-
They strike a
it just-
nerve.
It just looks back at Bella and she's like, what?
Balu then smiles, looks at Idris, then turns back to the father. Yes, I have used it
Okay.
like
Well,
monsters.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Yep.
He just like nods his head, and he just goes back to eating.
Velu smiles at him, turns back to Idris, and makes a frown face. And then goes back to eating.
It's so
Sorcha like sat back down, and she's like, "Oh well, the travel to Arlucia would be just so tremendously difficult. I doubt that you guys will be leaving anytime soon for that."
I think we're heading down south first.
my hometown, not hometown, home area.
And just looks at you, it's like, "Are you from the Makoti?"
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
it was a guess.
Yeah, it's not really like the best of places, but it's home still.
No, it's terrible out there. It's the West. Just
Like,
drinks her
not
drink.
all the places are terrible.
I mean,
Some spots.
Or do you mean the weather, like sandstorms?
oh no, just in general, like anywhere that's not a city is horrible.
Oh yeah, no, she's right. You will die if you're anywhere away from the city. It's called the Drain Lands for a reason, because they drain your soul out. So, he's just gonna take a sip. It's super cool though.
Yeah, it's and it's just like kind of sips her drink again, like eats her food, and looks. It's like, and Laurent, are you going to take that position over at the Fiasco League? Are you going to respond to them, or are you waiting out for other offers for jobs while you're not working? And he kind of like looks around, and he's like, "No, mother, it's not that I don't have a job. I'm just choosing to not publish for Oracle anymore, and it just seems like a big misunderstanding on that end. And it's a good opportunity, but I necessarily don't need to take that position back." And he's like, "I don't know. I mean, if you're going to be staying here, you're going to have to chip in a lot more around the house. I know you've been here for just 2 weeks, but that's going to turn into 2 years by the time you come through, And just like cuts into her food, eats it. The father's like, "I for one would love to have Laurent back in the house. We have a room that hasn't been touched in 2 cycles about. And I do keep some boxes in there. I'll have to go through those, and I'm sure that should be fine." And just like cuts into his food, eats it. Valoria's like staring at you, Idris, and just kind of looking at you.
Idris is staring right back.
She blinks her eyes. Awfully resembling of Carnelian in the same way.
Lord, do you have something to say?
Just like looks down and starts eating again.
Is this your sister?
Yes, that's my youngest sister.
She just kind of turns her eyes to look at you, Ymir, and just looks you down and up and just continues to eat.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Mother, I'm finished my food. Can I leave now? And Valoria speaks finally, and Sorcha is like, "Go." And she like gets up and leaves.
Idris has her elbow on the table, and she's just like
Elbows off
scratching
the
at her chin.
table.
Oh my god!
Your father made his table.
I know. I helped.
Idris, you know woodworking?
Yes. Please, let's
Wow.
not talk about this right now.
It was cycle 322.
I never liked woodworking.
It's where I got the
I know,
first
Mimosa.
drift board from my father.
It breaks too easy.
Have you ever tried stone cutting, Mimosa?
No.
Maybe you'd like it.
I wanted a stone cut before. It's like you see her just stare up and speak, and just
you
not
ever
towards
cut-
anybody.
Have you ever cut gems before?
No, and just starts eating
Oh.
again.
It's an interesting skill.
I mean, gem cutting is a very meticulous process.
I'm not hungry.
Aren't you always hungry, Carnelian?
I ate too much earlier.
Cornelia, what did I say?
Do you have like a
You're
full?
right.
Do you have like a full plate in front of you?
Yes, I didn't touch it at all.
Oh god.
You-
Mimosa's gonna like do a gimme hand. Slide it over.
Cornelian slides it over.
You see like
Reaching past the table.
see a double take from like Sorcha, just like looks at you, and it's like, well, if you didn't like it, you just could have said.
No, Mother, your food's delicious as always.
I'm joking, Idris. I know he's full. He's a
Margaret.
small stomach. I understand how it works. I have one myself. I'm probably not gonna finish my food either. She just
I
like kind
can.
of pushes the plate a little bit. She
Sipping
likes
that drink.
she's sipping hers as well. And she's just looking around the table.
You're a really wonderful cook. My father is also a really wonderful cook. He owns a restaurant back in
Oh,
our
that's
hometown.
terrific.
If you're ever in the Makoti, specifically the Wind Colony, you should go to Nettledrop. Well, you have to get past the danger stuff, as you mentioned. But
It'd be
nice place.
be quite the journey. I'm not a nomad, like Roy used to be, but sounds
You used
interesting.
to be a nomad.
It was cycle
Roy.
302. I traveled past the Delician Deadlands and found myself nearing Oracle for the first time. It was quite a trek.
Amazing.
Anyways,
How'd you end up here?
work. My father was somewhat of a sailor.
Have you ever sailed, Father?
I tried to, but it just wasn't ever the right time. Felt like this is where I belonged.
So you've never been to the other continent?
Never been to the East Continent.
It's a cool continent for sure. I mean, still what do they call it? An oligarchy, monarchy, patriarchy? I don't know. They have a king there. What a jackass! And just like cuts into a steak.
I'm just gonna side eye to Velu. Go back over. So like all 300 years, you never decided.
I mean, what could I do over there?
I don't know. I've never
At
been there
most,
either.
I could preach, but it's kind of hard to connect to a religion that's an entire continent away.
Interesting. I don't know. Huh. Well,
It's all like getting like a little awkward at the table as like the lights like dying outside. It's getting dark. You see like Sorcha like kind of rub her face with like a napkin, like puts it on the table. It's like, well, Idris, Laurent, you can clean up the dishes, pick them up, put them back to the kitchen, and once that's done, we can go ahead and discuss on potentially your friend staying at the villa, since no one will be staying there for the time.
Right. Can I take your plate, Mother?
Mm-hmm. As you should. She hands it to you.
Idris takes it, and then she collects like a couple of other plates, and she walks to the kitchen.
And she just sits there for a moment and just like kind of enjoys the company without Idris for a moment, and just like looks around at their table and just like looks at you all and just stares.
Ymir will wave.
She just raises an eyebrow.
So,
Go ahead.
Idris left pretty young.
She did.
She's very strong to have made it on her own.
Some would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Velu finishes his eating, right?
Yeah,
And
the,
he
the plate's all
unlocks
painted
something.
up.
He unlocks something at the back of his mind, and he says, really formally, "Well, I would like to thank you, Miss. He's looking at Idris's mom. Miss, what's her name?
Mrs. Fine.
Okay. Okay. I would like to thank you for the food and thank you for the stay. But if you pardon me, I will be taking my leave. I need to go jot some notes down. I appreciate the hospitality and stuff like that. And he kind of like gives like a little gesture of like, thank you, and then he walks away.
Ta-ta. So mysterious.
Yeah, that's kind of his vibe. But I
Where
mean,
are you going, Belu?
Velu just is gonna walk out. Like he's gonna tell you that he's just gonna be outside of the house. That's it.
They said
but Idris is really, really amazing for what she's been capable of doing and her feats and achievements after leaving at such a young age. What she's able to achieve. Have
I
you
mean,
ever listened to any of her music?
you know, it's she's she prances. You know, she did her when she was young. She used to just jump around and be kind of a spectacle for people to gawk at all the time, and it wasn't really real work. You know, it's just kind of a hobby that turned into something a little bit more. And she's been nomadic ever since. You know, and you know, maybe at some point she'll have something that she can really settle down with and do for a long term. You know, not necessarily something she has to float around with. You know,
Well, what did you do when you were young,
I,
ma'am, if I may ask?
well, I had stayed with my mother and helped her in providing for everything we could for our family. I mean, there was many things about the Leonin prides back in the day. You know, we wouldn't have um the foundation we sit upon without some of the hard work from myself and from her father. I mean, I owe Roy a tremendous amount, but if our prides had not aligned back from where he's from the West Continent, yeah, I would have never made it here. I mean, there's a lot of sacrifices we had to make for both of our families, and certainly I owe a great deal of gratitude um, for Roy. And Roy kind of looks up and he's just kind of the answer as well. It's like, you see, we came from the Northeast Safari in Genesis, and we had left from there to go to the east because Oracle was, you know, a big deal, and the Arcanium, and yada yada. There's a big rush for people to move from the east to the west, and we found this spot in Caldora, and you know, we kind of started our roots here, far away from our families, and we kind of left and, you know, just began anew. I mean, it's not too complicated, but you know, I knew Sorcha when she was young, and we'd been together since, well, as long as I can remember. Practically spoken for each other.
I love that for you. Well, I understand that Idris isn't like, you know, the same way that you were growing up, but she's kind of making her own path, and she's done a lot of, I mean, as witness, from what I've seen, she's done a lot of great things, and I'm pretty sure she's gonna do even greater things, and you'll probably hear of it. You have wonderful children, like Genius Laurent, and Idris, and I don't really know what the third child does, but she could probably be amazing. You guys should be proud of yourselves and how you raised them, and proud of them.
They're able to take care of themselves for sure. We can thank our skills for that. I do worry that sometimes she has to rely on others in order to make her own decisions, but given the situations of recent, I can only imagine that she has been only learning during this time and not necessarily leading. And she stands up from the table. I was looking forward to seeing my daughter arrive here in one piece, and I'm really grateful for that. However, I do hold a little bit of a feeling, a bit of a sorriness, I suppose, because I do know that she's going to make her leave at one point, and whether or not she does choose to say goodbye in a respectful manner this time would really determine how I feel about it all myself. Excuse me. And she like steps away from the table, and Roy's like kind of looking left and right, and, like looks at you, Ymir, and just like kind of looks back down at his plate. He's still eating off of his plate. He like pushes it out. I should probably go talk to. And stands up from the table and leaves.
I'd like to say, like, Ymir, the entire conversation was very stoic in nature, and his back is straight and his chest is puffed as he was talking to them, and he didn't break that.
You can make an insight check if you like too, Ymir.
Sure. 16.
16.
Exciting.
There's a bit of there's probably not a guidance on this you can really add, Father Cruz, just based upon like the initial like snap decision. But from your insight, Ymir, you get the sense that Sorcha is holding on to some type of resentment for sure. Like there's something that's like unforgiven there. And from the father's side, the same insight, you get the sense that he's hiding something. Like he's holding something back. So you see both of that.
They leave. He'll just squint. And
Idris, you heard all of this, by the way. It's not a really big house. You heard every single word of all this.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and Laurent's like at the table. He's just like tapping his fingers together, like he's just like doing this like tiny little taps in his fingers and holding it to his chest a little bit. Family dinner.
Ymir's gonna turn over to Laurent. I'm sorry about that. I just,
No, you're right. I mean, they just told you to be honest, and you must be honest. That is true. And if there is one thing that my mother is, she's insightful. So she would have told. She would have knew.
Do you think you could help me with something after this? If you're not
yeah. I can. I can just go to the villa with y'all, and when I'm leading you there, I can resolve all that.
Awesome.
Yeah. I know there's a lot to do.
Cool.
I should go check on Idris.
Yeah, you go do
Lawrence
that.
stands up and just like walks over back to the kitchen area, and just like peeks in. Idris.
Idris is she's just scrubbing the dishes. What's up?
Do you want help?
Would you collect the other dishes, please?
Yeah, I got a couple right here. And just like sets them down, and just like pats you on the shoulder.
What's up with Laura's hair?
He like stops for a second. She's really taking the whole last name thing a little serious.
She had such a beautiful set of hair, and she never cut it.
Apparently, she came home like that one day. And he's whispering to you, by the way. It's like, apparently, this is not. You know how cutting hair is bad in our family, right? It's like you can't cut short, right? It's like, so apparently, when she had gone to school, her friends had convinced her to do this to like get back at Mom, because they know that they won't let her cut her hair. So she
dyed it black.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, it's horrible. It's actually brown because of the blondes, It's, but black, quote unquote. It's like her eyebrows are a way different color than her actual hair.
I see that.
And she's quite fond of it, and poking at it kind of puts a little bit of a damper on the the decisions. And I wasn't here, neither were you, and I can only imagine what she has gone through since that.
I should go apologize.
No, it's fine. She's good.
No, I was poking at it.
Leave it. Just leave it. Don't poke and prod. She's not that type of person. We don't know her. He grabs your shoulder again. It's like, Idris, we do not know our youngest sister as well as we think we do. She has grown a different life than we have.
I don't think we've ever known her.
Yeah. And he's like, stands there for a second. She'll grow out of whatever this is. and just walks away. You guys see Laurent kind of walk past all of you and say, I can lead you guys over to the villa. And we'll have you guys stay there for the night. I'm probably a couple nights, likely, maybe. I'm actually not sure how long you will stay. But it is open for all of you. And we will make our efforts to make sure you guys have a restful night. At the very least, a bath, a shower. Some of you really are rank. But
I've been wanting a bath for a while.
there's actually a little sauna area by the villa that we have. So a little.
A sauna?
It's a rock pool.
Everyone? Everybody. All of us were going to the sauna.
It's not a
I
real
don't care.
sauna. It's just like a spring. It's like a
That's fine.
tub.
I don't care. All of
What
us.
spring?
All of us are going to the sauna.
It's part of like the building of the. Again, Roy, my father, excellent architect.
I'm so excited.
I can lead you all there. It just knows where it is, and she's once she's finished up here, she'll meet us over at the villa. So does all sound good? Where did Velu go?
He's outside. Phil, are you good with... I mean, Idris, are you good with us leaving? Can you meet us later, or do you want us to wait for you?
Feel free to do what you like to do.
I can wait for you.
Yeah, I'm
No,
asking you.
it's okay. You guys go ahead.
Nah, I'll wait.
No, it's okay. You guys go ahead.
Nah, it's okay. I can wait.
Laurent
I'm
Laurent
to
like
go.
puts a hand outside. I don't mind waiting either.
No, I'm serious. That's if you guys go.
While we wait, Carnelian, could I talk to you
Oh
outside?
my god. I keep saying you guys are
Laurent
fine.
raises an eyebrow. It's like, I like your friends.
They're very persistent.
Going to wait.
Very
Idris.
persistent.
Okay.
We'll be outside.
Ymir, will you come here for a second?
Ymir will walk straight. You see him, like, he got up to start leaving, does a direct robot
180.
turn over, and then could walk straight to her. Yes.
She just gives him the biggest hug ever and just picks him up.
What was that for?
Carnelian, you see Valoria, who's currently like the doors open to their room, and you see that they're currently like in their room, like they have like some like journal open and they're like writing into it. They're like crisscross on the ground, just writing into it. But you see this kind of from the corner of your eye that the room is open and they're just in there.
Okay. I'm just gonna follow Cruz outside.
Yeah, you just take a note and you see like an eye meet yours for a second, and then you just kind of walk out.
Is Velo outside?
Yes, Bellu,
Cruz
you're like
is
standing
gonna,
outside.
What? Yeah, I'm standing
Go
outside.
to like the back of the house where the shed is,
What?
and usher Carnelian over. He's just gonna be with only Carnelian. Velo's at the front door, right?
We're
Yes.
having their conversation finally.
Yeah, this is the moment.
So,
Moment.
are we like breaking into this shed?
Yeah, we're gonna
Like, what do you want?
You guys are gonna break up a little bit. We're just gonna cut to Father Cruz and Carnelian for a second.
Okay, thank God.
You two walk into the back area, just kind of like reflecting around the back area, patio, shed, grass area.
What's up?
So, Carnelian, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about yourself. I feel like between you and Velu, I know you two the least.
What do you want to know?
I'd like to talk to you about you. I'm not sure how much you know about priests, but anything about said in confession can only been said then and there. Nothing said here would ever leave this conversation.
And that goes with anything said?
If you were to tell me that you were going to kill Idris in 5 minutes, I would not be able to tell her.
What if I told you I was gonna kill Mimosa?
I would not be able to tell Mimosa, but I would try to strongly talk you out of that. I am allowed to offer a counter solution to anything you say, but I'm not able to directly tell you or Mimosa.
Mm. I feel like there's a flaw in that.
There is, but that's a flaw more on my side. I know that you and Idris have the opinion of no loose ends, which is completely valid. So I thought that I could offer you this because it's hard to talk to somebody if there are loose ends attached.
Okay. But, like, what do you want to know? Like, what
I
are
remember.
you...
I guess
Is
I'd like to know about your childhood, if that's all right to ask.
Oh boy. I mean, it was kind of fast. It was slow until it, like, sped up. I didn't really do much from my younger years besides, like, sit in a dark box and, like, learn to read and write. And some just skills from books and whatnot.
I never think I asked, but where are you from?
A place kind of southwest. It was, very west of Oracle.
Fascinating.
Have you been west of Oracle?
I've been all around,
Mm,
unless you mean the other continent.
no.
It's possible I was there once in my younger years, but after adopting Mimosa, I tended to go out less.
You said you've been everywhere once. Have you been into the Shadowfell itself?
Jacob, have I been to the Shadowfell? I've been to the Feywild.
Yes.
I feel like I have.
Make a history check. I'll say based on your history check here, I'll allow you to like have some like passing knowledge just over the years, but like as far as like personal experiences, I don't think you've had anything drafted for that. So I'm gonna say no on
So
like
at
personal, but
at-
you can still have familiarity.
At 10.
I mean, the Shadowfell's not really a livable place for you. Like with your connection to religion and magic, it drains you. It's somewhere that's not a livable solution for anybody who has any magical potential. So, like, it'd be bizarre for you to travel there either. And there's no like religion in the Shadowfell. Like, you can't connect to a deity or any type of divine power. So it'd be like doing prayer and worship there would be useless too. So it's not like a. It makes sense that you wouldn't have gone because it's not like a direct path of mission for you. It's just, if anything, it's a way of traveling more than it is anything else.
No, I've never been to the Shadowfell personally. I've been to the Feywild, but are you from the Shadowfell?
No, but I'm deeply connected to it. You know what, actually? Don't resist this. Carnelian's gonna use his, domain expansion.
This echo ship.
Blindly trusting Carnelian, Cruz won't even try to resist it. Just be like, okay.
You're siphoned in like a small like zip in the void of space, as you're ripped away from your material world into a little pocket bubble of like no magic for a moment as you feel your tether to the divine get snapped in half for a moment, and then reassembled back together as you land in the place of dark and shadow, the Shadowfell. You guys actually stand in a representation of the same patio you're in, but instead of a house where you sit, it is just rotted like ground and dust. And you can see like the indentations of where things and shadows would be of your friends and allies, and like the representations of where a house would be, but it's just flat and like gray ash on the ground.
So, yeah, this is my tether. I don't know how much you know about this, but I can only really do it once a day.
I was here at the start when you first did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the unwillingly.
It is very familiar and resonant to that.
But I think it's quite interesting. I mean, I've been here when you first discovered it, and then after.
Yeah, I feel as though I have a lot more control over it now, so it's a nice feeling. How do you... So you said you don't really know much about the Shadowfell, or?
I mean, typically I traveled around to try to, you know, recruit people to my religion, but I mean, I had gone to the Feywild, but it didn't work out well that much. And then with the Shadowfell, well, there isn't really much magical presence there. It'd be kind of hard to preach a religion to people who can't connect to it.
Oh, I didn't even think about religion being a struggle here.
But I
Can you
do
not
think
connect to it right now?
last time I prayed, I felt nothing in response.
Right now, you
You
do
think it'll be the
feel.
same?
Right now, Father Cruz, you do not feel disconnected as you did before. This is something different. It's almost like Carnelian owns this space, and you're within like a separation of the Shadowfell. It doesn't even feel like the Shadowfell. It just feels like you kind of like have just laid a claim to the area, and it's just where you are for now.
But this place does feel different. How did you discover you had this power?
Right after the where you guys thought I was dead in the room?
You had no indication of anything like this before?
No, I mean I have my echo and I can control that, but nothing as strong as this.
It may be too much of me to ask, but how did you acquire your echo?
Mm. It's somewhat of a long story, but more of a sad one. The seal of confession, or whatever you said, that applies here too, right?
Even if I was dying, and the only way to stop it was to tell them what you told me, I would not be able to tell them. Unless I'd like to lose my title as a priest and my 300 years of devotion.
That's... You... Do you ever regret that amount of devotion?
I don't think that there's much to regret. I've helped a lot of people, and if it wasn't for my religion, I never would have met Mimosa, you, Ymir, Belu, Idris. I met my wife because of my religion, but I also lost her because of my religion.
What do you mean you lost her because of your religion?
She was called to a greater purpose, one that I had no say in.
Oh, she died?
She did. I'd only known her for 3 years.
Do you know
But-
how she died?
It was her choice.
Oh.
Not even Mimosa knows that. I hope that my rules of confession apply to you as well. But
Oh,
thank
sure. Yeah, we can do that. Why haven't you told Mimosa then about it?
I mean, Mimosa never knew her. It'd be like if Idris told you someone she knew back when she was a kid.
That's fair.
There just was never any reason to tell Mimosa.
Connor's gonna scratch his head and then look down at his weapons and kind of like he'll take one of the bullets from his weapons and toss it up and catch it in his hand repeatedly. Just looking at Cruz.
So you asked me if I regretted it. Do you ever regret any choice you made?
Only one. But it wasn't really my choice either. So it's kind of hard to differentiate that. Funny enough, it's how I got my echo.
Sometimes choices that weren't even ours defines us in ways that we didn't know.
Gonna stop tossing the bullet up and down. How do you feel if I test something new?
Sure. I feel like
Okay.
this is a moment of trust.
Do you have any potential sendings or anything?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I'll do something else instead then. Still would like to test it, but I'm going to let me read what this does. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna see how this works. And you see Carnelian's eyes start glowing a pretty bright red as he looks at you, and he waits for any confirmation.
Just nod.
Okay. Carnelian is going to use Hunter's Mark on Cruz.
Yeah, the tethers sets forth Father Cruz as you see an immediate target of the eyes of Carnelian turns from a brisk like look to a feeling of restraint, almost like a weariness of like being dragged downwards to your like lower self. Like you feel slowed, you feel like you feel like someone's grabbing onto your neck and pulling you backwards. You can make a saving throw if you want.
Nope, he's just gonna let it happen.
Okay. Hunter's Mark sets in for you, and just like the same way, you almost feel like your own shadow wrapping around you and holding on to you once again, almost like restricting you and like having a constant, like, smoky essence about you. You can't seem to wipe it or shrug it off.
So does it hurt at all? I don't think it should hurt until I try to hurt you.
Maybe a little suffocating.
Can I drop? I can drop it whenever
Yeah, it's
I
just a
want.
free action, just to drop it.
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Yeah. The pressure leaves Father Cruz immediately. You see the eyes from Carnelian go back to their normal color, and you feel fine.
It's like a hug from your echo.
That's an interesting take. Can I Hunter? I can't Hunter's Mark myself.
No.
No.
So what does it do?
I can mark something so that it is more vulnerable to me if I were to strike it in any way. And I can change this mark whenever I kill something to a different target if I so desire. It's kind of a thing that I picked up over these past fights.
It'd be pretty useful in the heat of battle.
Yeah.
Father Cruz, you see like a semblance of like different power that kind of like radiates from Carnelian. This power is not of Carnelian. This is like an enhancement of like the power that they already have, like not just within this realm, but it looks like it's something they're gonna take out of it as well. And you're just taking some notice that some of the traits that Carnelian's enveloping is like enhancing some of the connection that is here, and it seems to work in a favor.
So, for Arlucia, I've already kind of discussed this with like just a broad statement. If people were to attempt to capture me, I may kill them in the process because I have a debt already that I don't want to stack onto. I just wanted that to be clear.
Do you mean that they would just find you in Arlucia?
I don't know how intense Arlucia is gonna be, but when Idris and I were last there, we did a few things that we didn't really know that we were doing. We were kind of manipulated in a sense, and we ran off and tried to escape it. And I don't know. He says that she will be known. I don't know if I will be known. I'm gonna keep a low profile like I always do, but I'm not gonna be caught there.
I would like to advise against trying to kill anybody because it may make the situation worse, but I'll try my best to defend you and Idris.
I would say that I wouldn't mind you saving them from death if I were to attempt to kill them. Although, any witnesses to, if they recognize me being there or Idris being there, it could be really bad if that word got out.
I think that is a good compromise. I mean, they won't die, but they certainly will be unconscious.
Yeah. But when they wake up from it, if they spread that word, that's going to be a very big problem. Especially if they see you guys as well, aiding and abetting with us. You guys will be lumped into our problems.
I think we're already in this together.
If you say so.
I'd like to be in this together.
Yeah.
What did you do in Arlucia?
Attempted to steal something is what we tried to do. But we were young, we were being misled, guided into the wrong direction, and didn't realize that we were stealing it. I never got it. I don't know if the people that we were with got out with it. I don't know if they were captured. I don't know what happened to any of them. I didn't even know what happened to Idris when I ran off.
How many there were you?
There's a whole group of people, maybe around 7, I think.
Did you connect to any of them like you connected with Idris?
One kind of helped me learn some of my gun tricks that I use today. Still.
Ah, so that's why you're so handy with it.
Yeah, I had some guidance on that.
Do you think they're
Like,
still there?
still at Arlusha? I hope not. Arlusha is upcoming, and I can only assume very defensive because they're somewhat vulnerable. So they need to compensate for that vulnerability.
We're gonna cut from you guys real quick. We're gonna cut over to the other group area. From you two in your position, we're gonna cut over to the rest of you who are kind of like surrounding the area around Idris and all of them. Ymir, you stepped out to the front with Velu, right? I believe. I think Ymir went out to the
Oh, I
front,
was
right?
muted. I was going to go out to the front, and then I got stopped by Idris, and I was
Yes.
still kind of in conversation.
You're kind of
She
between.
just hugged me.
Everybody's,
Ymir,
all four of you
ex-
are nearby enough to hear if you were just to overhear it perceptively.
Cruz is definitely trying to hide it. I will loudly announce that. This is a private conversation.
You aren't here right now. You're gone for a minute, by the way. So this what happening here is just what happens for that minute while you guys have 4 hours, by the way.
Yeah, no one can hear us, remember.
Yeah, you're gone. You're good. But for you four, a minute. Go.
Ymir accepts the embrace from Idris, and he's gonna look at her. Well, I don't know what that was about, but I just want you to know that I think you're super awesome, and that's about it.
I
And
just appreciate you as always.
Ymir will get on his tippy toes and place a kiss on Idris's forehead before
Hey,
patting her on
that's
the
my
shoulder.
sister.
It's just a friend kiss.
I don't know what that means.
Well, figure it out. And Ymir will
It's
head out. I'm gonna go
like-
talk to Velu.
Have fun.
Just let all your friends kiss you.
I was just gonna like snicker.
Laurent.
Why are you laughing? You kissed her too.
Nothing.
He's
I was just gonna look away.
A group full of a bunch of boys, and they're all just kissing up on you. You don't feel any type of way about this, Idris.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying it doesn't look great.
Are you calling me a certain word?
I didn't call you anything. I'm just saying.
You're insinuating.
If I wasn't, then I'd be wrong.
Idris
You're not
just, like,
saying
stopped.
no, and I'm starting to get concerned.
I'm actually really upset that you have kind of insinuated that on me.
Idris, I don't know what you've been going through in your time away, but gathered from what I've heard from your party and crew, you're a wild one.
Better wild than boring.
Wild in what way?
You seem to be as audacious as you always been, I suppose. Something that I could never stoop to be. Exciting, charismatic.
Stoop.
Maybe I was the wrong word.
Mm.
I'm not digging at you. I'm just saying that it is all of us that are different from one another. Again,
I think that makes us unique, Laurent.
I'm not saying we aren't unique. I'm just saying sometimes it looks stupid to certain people. And I, for one, don't give a shit who you kiss at night. I was just asking.
You think it looks stupid.
Well, I wouldn't personally. But
Personally, what?
do you want me to say it?
Yes, I'd love for you to say it.
It's just I wouldn't go around kissing a bunch of boys.
Idris just kind of like dryly chuckles, and she sets the dishes that she was working on down, and she goes, "Why don't you finish these dishes, and I'll show my friends the rest of them." Yeah.
Whatever. Idris and Ymir sitting in a tree. Okay. He's just humming to himself as he's doing the dishes.
Well, I was just gonna side eye him.
Idris starts walking to the front of the house, and she kind of gestures for Mimosa to follow.
Also,
Ymir.
Will, is there like any snacks Mimosa could just like yoink?
It's like a whole bowl of peanuts.
He's taking the bowl of peanuts.
My mother is going to ask her those. Please leave those.
He's gonna dump a bunch in his pocket and then put the
That's
bowl down.
fine.
Ymir, you walk outside the velo.
Yeah. You good? Ymir will say, elbowing Bella.
Yes, I'm chilling. I'm good.
That was like pretty interesting the way you left. You don't usually talk like that.
Belu's like side-eyeing you.
Ymir's side-eyeing him.
I just didn't want to deal with it, so.
Something from your past reminds you of it?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Or don't. That's fine. Definitely different from my own family. We're a lot closer, I'd say. But, I mean, it's not... I don't know, it's weird. It's definitely weird. We all have our family drama. This one sucks in the way that it is, because they don't seem to appreciate how well their children are. But I'm not the parent, so I wouldn't really understand. Hopefully they come around.
Mm-hmm. Belu's just staring at you.
Wow, it's a wonderful conversation, Villa. He's just fidgeting with like a string that he grabbed and just playing with it. Well, that was it. Cool. I'm just gonna walk off and wait.
Belu just stands there.
A minute passes and the echo shift ends. However, Carnelian and Father Cruz, what is the last kind of like conversation that you two share, like in a gist between one another? What information does Father Cruz / Carnelian learn about one another before the shift ends? So that way you don't have to like, you know, completely RP the entirety of it all for 4 hours.
Aww.
Like,
I
what questions
know you
wanna
would.
ask me?
Karn will ask kind of just questions about, like very important learning experiences from Chris's past that may have changed him as a person, or that things that stuck with him.
Cruz will tell him that the things that have stuck with him the most is regretting not getting to know a person enough before it's too late.
Any funny, stressing, hard moments from your past?
Let me think. I mean, stressful moments. I had basically ditched my brother when he needed me when our parents had passed.
Why?
I was busy. I was always busy with my town, my religion, with everything. I put my real life on hold to be what other people needed me to be. And it didn't work out. And I realized that, but I can't take that back. I basically lost everyone in my original past.
For your devotion?
In a way, yes.
Would Cruz leave the group to pursue the religion?
He's just like gonna look at him at that question. And honestly say he doesn't know.
What would it take for you to leave?
Maybe if my God called me and told me I had a higher purpose. He doesn't exactly give me, instructions. I mean, if he did, it must be extremely important, but I mean, I have a long life. I feel like I could do it after. The only way I would leave is if it was to save everyone else. Otherwise, I would try to find a way not to leave.
How did you discover your religion?
I was out exploring. I left home at 18, right as soon as I got out. And I just wandered the world until I met my wife. About 30, I instantly fell in love. But I learned that I'm the one who's holding her back from moving on.
And is she the one that showed you your religion?
Sure is. And upon Carnelian saying that, Cruz is gonna actually take his wedding ring off and put it in his pocket.
It's very sad.
I didn't mean to cut too deep.
No. It has nothing to do with what you say. I think it's just a realization. Sometimes people just aren't who you think they are.
Are you gonna sell that ring?
Why do you want to sell it?
I mean, I kind of need money.
You're always very strapped for cash.
It's the debt that I owe.
Is it that bad?
It was for the that big ship falling onto those buildings. Or did it fall onto buildings or just the open?
It fell onto buildings because Cruz is the one who piloted it.
Yep.
Oh.
It fell in the
Yeah,
spa area.
So that. Oh my
That
God,
is-
the expensive ass spa. Yes. Okay. So the ship fell onto that the very nice luxury spa that we wanted to go to, and I got charged for all of it. And I'm trying to pay that off. And until I pay that off, I don't have a soul. Meaning, if I die, you are not going to be able to resurrect me.
Father
But
Cruz,
falling wasn't even your choice.
Father Cruz, you're familiar with Grave Skull Services. It's kind of
I'm familiar with them.
You're familiar because it's literally like the opposite of what your religion is, and you think it's disgusting. It's literally like, nah, you can't die yet. You owe some shit. You can't die.
Wow. Extremely scummy practice.
Loan sharks.
You should have heard what the original price was. I think I was around double what I'm supposed to be paying now. I'm paying 3,600 gold pieces for it, and I've already paid 2/3. So I'm just really trying to get that last third out of the way.
Cruz will I don't have much, but Cruz is gonna give him 50 gold.
Thank you so much. Every little bit helps.
Kind of my fault you owe that much, but I couldn't exactly land the ship onto Holmes.
You moved the ship?
I did.
But it was gonna land on other shit.
I had the option of, I think it was the Capitol building, Holmes, or the spa, and that was the only place without people.
Yeah, it's probably the best choice. I would have had to pay more for life insurances and whatnot.
Eventually, some of them had owed money like you do.
So to wrap up on the questions from Cornelian, was there any questions that Father Cruz wanted answered before the echo shift ends that Cornelian
Um,
might ask or answer?
Mm.
Cruz wants to know Carnelian's greatest ambition.
Oh fuck. To save my sister.
Oh, oh, you have a family.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm definitely going to ask a lot of questions about that another time.
I
But
can't wait.
but right now, snap. You guys warp back into the back patio like nothing. Time has changed. You guys see Mimosa, Idris, Ymir, Velu like all around, like scattered throughout the house. You see Laurent, who's currently doing the dishes. You just kind of double takes. It's like, how long you guys been back there for?
4 hours.
Really? It's only been like it's not even sundown yet. Okay,
Time really flies.
we're all still
It's
here.
4 hours in my area cruise. And then a minute passes in real time.
Witchcraft.
It's
It's
You didn't tell me
witchcraft.
closer.
No, I'm not a sorcerer.
It's strictly taboo.
I guess we can see what everyone else is doing.
Yep. I will say, for the sake of this time, you guys reconnect in the middle of the house. Idris, you kind of are starting to lead people out, and you see Carnelian and Father Cruz, who are floating behind you as you're all kind of walking towards the villa area, maybe like 20, 15 feet behind. We'll say the six of you to start leading towards that direction, towards the villa. Um, the Sunstone Villa is located on the cliffside, which is another area of the entirety of Caldora. It's actually passed down from Idris's grandmother, but it's a summer house basically. It has a great view of the entirety of the bay area. It's Laurent used to like frequent like this place basically. It used to be his like I get away and go here to be away from people. It actually used to be his office for a while he was like doing like some remote working. But it has like 4 bedrooms, air seating for the summertime, big windows, natural lighting, its own dining room, kitchen, living room, the works. There's even like a backyard that has like different floral arrangements and a recently installed a stone zen like garden spa as like a rock heated rock like pool basically in the back. Um, looks like it's using like a thermaturgy type of like spell craft. Pretty not too complicated. That's like an enchantment. Heating and cooling liquids is actually one of the easiest things to do for thermaturgy. I think, or is it thermaturgy? I think my prestidigitation. Either way, the cantrip, basically an active cantrip for the water to turn on and off. But yeah, you guys arrive to the villa at this point, just kind of like approaching the steps and opening the door. It just kind of guides you inside, and you guys are inside the villa.
Was just snacking on peanuts.
Mir's just reading through his book. Dude, this is a nice place.
Yeah, it was my grandmother's.
She has wonderful taste.
Wow.
It's been in the family a long time.
What was your grandmother like?
Mm. She was really old when I met her.
Well, I made our grandparents old.
Not every grandparent is old, Mimosa.
Well, I mean, she was older. She was blind. But she had this great sense of touch. She just kind of brushes her hand against like one of the walls. She knew the layout of the house, the villa, just by touch. She could tell you where she was just by touching something. She died when I was really young, but she was
I see.
nice.
Well, it's nice that you got to know her really well, at least before she passed.
Yeah. Oh, there's 2 bedrooms on the bottom floor, 2 bedrooms on the second floor. Make yourselves at home.
Alright. I'm just gonna look. Where'd Laurent go? Is he still doing the
He's
dishes?
Laurent stayed back.
he's doing the dishes. Yes.
I'll be outside waiting for him. And I will walk out.
Okay.
Belu's gonna look at Idris. Your family was smiles, but not really. Lovely. I appreciate their hospitality.
You don't have to lie, Velu.
Or interesting. Entertaining, at least.
I mean, Belu, you can speak to us honestly. It seems the only person you like to talk to is Demir, but we're also your friends.
Want some peanuts?
Here, I'll have some peanuts.
I have some
We'll hand him some
peanuts.
peanuts. Mimosa will hand her
Peanuts.
Cruz some peanuts.
So, what was it like meeting her parents? I mean, that's a big step.
Mimosa's gonna start choking on his
Yours
peanuts.
has a shit-eating grin on his face.
Belu's confused.
yeah, great, whatever. He's gonna flick a peanut at Cruz's face.
I'm just saying.
Father Cruz, what are you insinuating?
Nothing.
You still like wiggle his eyebrows. Yeah. Nothing at all.
Oh. Okay. Belu caught. I think Belu would know. Kind of.
Father Cruz is
Cruz
like
is
full mog
insinuating
right
it
now.
so clear, like it's impossible for you to not get it. He's basically beaming it into your brain.
Mhm.
He'd be basically using a message cantrip at this point.
I'm gonna step away for a moment. You guys can do whatever you need to do.
Where are you going?
I'm just gonna sit outside for a little bit. She just gestures towards the back door. I just need some alone time for a second.
Mimosa will hand her some peanuts.
I'm okay.
And don't be alone hungry.
I'm not hungry. We just ate dinner.
I mean, there's always some room for snacks.
Maybe the
Yeah.
peanuts can keep you company.
I'm okay, thank you.
It just takes kind of steps
Well,
back
we're
to
close
the back
by.
area. Father Cruz and Carnelian, a wave of tired hits you in this moment. Just like that immediate, like, oh, this is what the bad part about it is. As like the day is still bright, but 4 hours is beyond your time. And as soon as you start to approach, like a resting time before everybody else.
We're just gonna ruffle Mimosa, Belu, and Carnelian's head and say just night.
Yeah.
But he's gonna pray before he goes to sleep.
Okay.
But I'll deal with that later.
Okay.
Belu's giving you the stinkiest side eye.
Still
Who's he giving
daylight out.
side eye to?
The Father
The ruffle his
Cruz.
head.
I'm also wanting to sleep.
Okay.
Cornelia walks off to find a bed.
Easy
Mimosa will
enough.
look at Belu. Do you think they have alcohol stashed somewhere in here?
You know, you had alcohol earlier. I think you might have a problem.
Mimosa's gonna start looking.
And
Yeah.
Belu walks off and goes to find a room.
Mimosa, you turn around, you see that
No.
no one's in the room with you.
Mimosa will immediately run after Belu.
Chase after Velu. Velu, you hear stomping behind you. Just...
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot.
No, you're okay.
I guess I'll stay with you in the living room if you actually want to get alcohol.
I mean, I just don't feel like it's still early in the day. I don't feel like sleeping yet. I don't really have any other ideas on what to do.
I'm just gonna be reading a book in one of
Okay.
these rooms.
Do you mind reading in the living room then?
Sure.
Thanks.
You guys just hang out for a bit. Vibes weird, but casual for sure. Mimosa, you get lost in a little bit of thought. Velu, you get lost in the book. Pop over to Ymir, who's let's pop over to Idris. What are you doing outside, Idris?
Um, she has like stepped out onto the the steps area and she's taken a seat. Like she's still visible from the door, like if you looked, she's still there. But she's just kind of standing there. And for the first time in a few days, she is actually mourning the loss of Jazz and the loss of Varys.
We flash back to a scene of Idris within a city, kind of roaming about outside of the city of Caldora on a wistful journey. We find kind of a dark forest, a path of uncertainty as it's kind of in a noir state of black and white for the view of like Idris in a memory, as you can hear like the chatter of individuals, a song playing like in the distance, and it's of a younger Idris playing of a really crappily made lute that's never been played before. They're awfully tuned, but trying their best. And it was enough to have a hand reach out. What do you think? What do you think the memory of Jazz is when you first met that resembles to you the most?
It's like a light kind of being shown in a dark space for the first time in a long time. Kind of like a blinding beacon that you don't really, you didn't expect to see. And as this hand is reached out, Idris is kind of just blown away in awe. Amazement, really, is what shows on her face.
There's like a voice who kind of carries out in the memory. It's like this kind of catches you with a smile. You approached me after all. How could I not help you? I mean, you have so much potential. Let me help you. And like a hand holds out for you.
I just didn't think you'd come back. And she grabs the hand.
You'd be over your head trying to learn everything. It's like, you know what? I think we'll be all right. Here, I have this job that we can do. Actually, here, come here. Let me teach you the number. You do this, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and you like just immediately start playing for one moment. It cuts to another portion of like you doing a job and like doing another meeting to another group, and then you find out a little bit more. You see like the half orc, warlock, smolder. You see recon. You see all the different group trios, and then you're just sitting there with Jazz, kind of like hanging out, both your legs crossed, and just kind of like playing in tune in the background. My name's Octavius.
Really?
Yeah.
I like that name. I'm so confused why you guys don't go by your real names here, but
It's like stage names, You never really truly say what your actual name is, because if someone doesn't like you, you don't want them to know.
that's a good point.
I never had that problem yet.
Well, that's because you're so good. I look up to you so much.
Yeah, well, the good news is that the names last forever, especially if they're clever ones. Everybody's gonna remember Jazz. No one will remember Octavius. And then
That's a good point.
And then it cuts from your scene, and you sit back down in the back of Caldora, in the back of your patio, as that last fragment of a memory, like, just sits there.
And she just cries.
Just takes it in. Back to the front, Ymir, approaching the front of the house, You see Laurent taking a few steps up with the stairways towards. You're already waiting out front, and you see he's already gotten like a bag for like some like his like testing equipment. He has like a little small like medicine bag. It looks like, and he's like walking up like a Mary Poppins size bag.
Ymir's reading through his book.
Ymir!
He'll close it and look up and give a smile before standing up. Hi, Laurent.
Hey, bud.
I see you brought equipment. That is
Yeah,
good.
I brought it from home. Some extra stuff. Not my cool Oracle stuff, but this is what I started with. So
Hopefully, it's enough.
I don't know.
I have a lot of things to show you.
Oh boy. Um, I mean, I have a room here that I have some desks set up in. You want to just start there?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. You guys like walk past Velu and Mimosa in the living room. Just like you see Lon goes, "Hello," and just waves to both of you and like,
Mimosa's going through every cabinet he can find.
"Oh, that's nothing." I mean, most of the cabinets are empty other than the dishes in there. And,
What do you
Are you-
have in here?
I mean, there's
Are you
some
looking
food.
for alcohol?
What makes you think I'm looking for alcohol?
Oh, that's in my
Because you're
room.
mimosa.
Yeah, I'm looking for alcohol.
What do you want?
He's been looking for alcohol for like 10 minutes.
You said you wanted
Anything.
wine, right?
I mean, yeah.
Hold on. Ymir, he walks with you to his room. You see he guides you to the room, sets the bag down on the desk. Just 1 second. He leaves you behind in the room. And he seems to grab something from his like top of his like bookshelf. And it's like a bottle shape. And he just like walks out with it. You too. And just like holds the bottle out. It's in a paper bag.
Mimosa will take it
Baloo
gently.
runs to it and grabs it before Mimosa gets to it.
Hey, careful. It's already open.
Bella just
Okay.
is not a fight you will win.
Mimosa, I think we need to stop with the alcohol.
This is Fey whiskey.
But I need to taste it at least.
Wait. Velu would go find like a cup and pour a little bit into that cup.
It
And then
sparkles
give it
when
to
it
Mimosa.
pours.
Mimosa
You can
just
have-
to look at the amount of alcohol. It's like big as frowned.
It's like sparkling. It's like blue.
You
Taste
don't
it.
get this every day. He's gonna
Taste
drink
it.
Make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw. Nat 20.
Okay.
Mm.
Tastes good. Actually, it specifically tastes like your favorite alcohol.
Bella, you need to try this right now.
I'm not in the drinking mood.
No, like genuinely.
I'm not in the drinking mood.
Can Melissa grab the bottle from him?
I mean, you can.
Can I have the bottle?
Can I have the bottle?
Yeah, can I have the bottle?
Can you have the bottle?
Yes. I want a glass.
Please?
You walk, you hear this, and Laurent's already like walked away at this point. That's gonna be gone. You guys are left behind with a bottle of strange Fey whiskey. Laurent like pulls you aside into the room. He's like, "All right, so what are you thinking?"
All right, Ymir, in the meanwhile, while he was gone, would have already set out. Let me get the list. He would have set out the orichalcum, the emerald, and the sapphire arcane focus with the block of mithril. And the orichalcum is wrapped, so I didn't like physically touch it. So
Yeah.
it's like wrapped around something. And he'll say, "So, my research." He will take out his research book and hand it over so that he has access to all of Ymir's entries, all 7. And he'll say, "You read through that while I explain, because it's a little in depth, but not too in depth. I'm still working on it. Arcane batteries have an interesting constitution, as I said before. And with that constitution, we are able to power certain things that people aren't able to power with their own bodies, I have invented the series of spells that allow me to basically apply a school of magic into a spell. So it will have 2 schools of magic rather than 1.
Oh, it's like similar to
Spellcrafting.
yeah, I've read something about this before. There's a study about that that comes from the West Continent about the ability to merge schools of magic, but specifically the same schools of magic to enhance a better spell to be cast to another level of like beyond its current ability. But apparently, what you're discussing is actually merging 2 separate schools.
Mhm.
I've seen things like this before, magical weapons and items, but never have I seen it in a spell casting.
Yes. And this is basically my baby, my bread and butter. Everything that I want is in this. And
What do
he'll
you
take
call
off
it?
his bandana. The Magenta series.
Hmm.
Because every spell that I cast is with a magenta hue.
Ah, yeah. Love it. I like it.
To do this, I require, if you look in the book, entry 3 will explain amplifiers. Entry
Yes.
2 explains surges.
Okay.
I need
See if his glass is
amplifiers
on.
to achieve surges. Without them, I can't really achieve them. A surge is when the deposit within my body, the Arcanium deposit, is released because right now it is tied up, and with me and my professor call a knot. And to untie that, I either need to be extremely really good at magic, which I'm not right now, or I need something else, which that's when Cinder comes to play. I achieve the surge with Cinder. Basically, she uses me as a magical item to cast a spell. And she also adds on, as the item itself is magical.
What toll does
and it
that
is
have
defended
on
amplifier.
Cinder?
Not sure. That is something I'm not sure about. And maybe I'll ask. Cinder. Is there a toll whenever I use my surge on you?
Just like you don't hear anything like immediately in regression. It's like, I don't feel any different.
Okay.
I'm just, the same trapped in a genie, in an artifact that, it's kind of here. I mean, not much else to possess in magic unless you want to seek great elemental chaos. But, otherwise, I'm good.
I see. Okay. She says she doesn't really notice anything. But yeah, going on to entry 4, this is what we would call a force surge because it's artificial. It's not actually a proper surge.
It's crafted. Yeah.
Yes, crafted surges. Maybe one day I'll be able to make my own surges without the use of Cinder. But for now, I'm unable to do that. Today, I would like assistance, as you are an artificer, and I've come to a sort of dead stop with my research, as I am honestly not sure what to properly do. And I sort of got the hint through this book that I've been reading about the university, and it states how artificery can help.
Well, yeah, because the artificery age is all about crafting and creating anew. And most of the time, whenever we come across the new technological advancements, especially with Arcanium, it becomes very clear that harnessing chaotic power is very dangerous. And one of the concerns I do have about your body and how you're handling this battery, I don't know if I can call you that or not. I think that's rude. I don't know if that's derogatory or not.
I don't really care.
Whatever it is, that is, this wish that's been pushed upon you, this gift, a curse, whatever you want to call it. What is our hypothesis on where you will end up?
And that's something that I'm not sure about, but I'd
Where do
like
you want
to
to
see.
be? Are you looking to be an all-powerful mage?
Laurent will see Ymir pause and just stare at him for a moment. And then he'll let out a sigh. I just want to be able to say I did it.
Just want
That's it.
you want the ownership. Do you think anybody's going to be able to copy this?
I hope not.
Oh,
They'd have to be as crazy as me.
there's definitely people out there who do crazy things.
Well, I'd rather be the first.
There you go. And that's the case, then let's begin. Let's figure it out. And he
Great.
sits down, grabs a piece of paper, and starts like copying some of your notes and like comparing some of his own. And you guys spend the night doing that. Lots of note taking and writing. Go ahead and make a Arcana check with advantage.
Okay. Okay. 24.
Okay. With Laurent's help, you basically create some new journal entries for like some crafted research about Arcanium itself. Things that you didn't know about the actual like material and what that means. Arcanium is a pure spell slot in its like efforts. The reason why Arcanium is so powerful, and now Ymir is learning this for the first time, is because it can cast any level spell at any time with anything. It can do exactly what you want it to do, given its power and resources. It's a material component. It's a wish. It's a crafted material wish. And because of the power that held, like a long time ago, all those kingdoms in the world basically claimed that the materials not to be used in that effort to like not hurt one another and destroy like the world basically. So Arcanium is strictly only used for the beneficiary purposes of creating new and not destroying anything. So the ability of Arcanium basically kind of releases to you like some of historical things a part of that. As well as with your role, you guys kind of get to the brunt of almost an epiphany. Laurent brings this up to you candidly, and it's like he's like kind of tapping a pencil on his notebook, and he's like looking at some of the material components you have. It's like, a lot of these are very similar to spellcasting components. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like they hone like you mentioned this earlier in one of your entries that they hone some type of like relationship to whatever the surge is. Like
Yes,
taking the form.
amplifiers.
Mm-hmm.
Potential amplifiers.
Have you considered that the issue is not the material component, but in fact it is the verbal or the somatics that you're using in effort of that? Like what you're saying is also a reflection of what happens.
I came across that during my research with the Sapphire Arcane Focus.
Yeah, so it has like a verbal or
It requires that one, and he'll point to the Arcane Focus. When I wield it, I am able to see the location of a person if I state their name, and that's the divination school.
Do you
The other
don't
What?
mind me interrupting. I think you're that is the point I was trying to make. Do you think there's another component? Do you think there's
What
a
do you
fourth
mean?
component that you require that maybe you're missing, and that would unlock the knot? Like the verbal, the material, the somatic, typical spellcasting
I never thought of that.
requirements. But maybe there's a new one. Maybe because you have this untethered potential, you require some type of new thing in order to untether that knot of yours. And I'm wondering what that could be. I mean, there's not very many beyond material, verbal, and somatic. I'll have to look ritually. I mean, there's ritual components to these things.
Do you think it could be life force?
I know that blood magic uses something very similar, where it
It's
requires.
lots of blood.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to require like that. I think it actually might be much more simple. I honestly think it might be a time-based thing, because casting time is also related as well. Maybe it's a spent of like how attunement works, right? You spend time with the item to understand it, and it becomes a part of you.
Indeed.
Maybe it's something similar. Maybe you must attune to these things in order for it to attunement spells. Maybe that's something. I'm working on it. There's something there. I know there's something there, and that's basically where the hang up that you guys get at. Like there's some type of component missing that you have to identify, like for these things, and it's like you're on the cusp of basically what you and Professor Murdoch were on, where you couldn't get over that hunch of what material was like the thing, but Laurent suggests that it's not material; it's just a presentation of the spell that's being like missing. So
Well, for now, I'd like to, because you're an artificer, maybe you could help me work on these spell components so that I am able to possibly attune to them. The only component of these ones is the sapphire that's used as an arcane focus. The other two I can't really use yet.
I mean, I'm not a jewel crafter, nor am I a good smith. However, I can provide you the diagram of how to apply it.
That would be nice.
We can work on that. Hand me your first material.
Ymir will hand the emerald with the mithril block. The emerald cannot be encased in gold. It is too weak.
It's too fragile, yeah. It would break if you tried to use. I mean, most emerald is consumed upon use whenever you use it in a spell, which makes sense because it's a fragile material for magic.
I needed to withstand the surge.
Yeah, mithril would work.
So I'm trying to figure out how to turn this into an arcane focus so that I can use it for later. I also have
frame it.
This. Ymir will take out his grandfather's stone. My grandfather is gone, and I don't really know how to feel about that, but this is from him, and I wonder if there was anything that could be seen with this, like what kind of magic would come from this.
It's an essence shard, right? It looks like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like a normal, already magical item, so I don't know if that will be assisting to you in your surges, but it is powerful. I mean, it is not a material component, if that is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I don't plan on putting it in my body or anything, but I was wondering if it's possible to pour a surge into this.
Oh, to add a surge to it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Are you familiar with spell weaving?
No.
Sometimes you can cast a ritual upon a spell or do like glyphs upon things to enact whenever you have met the circumstances. With some careful crafting, we can set up some glyphs to react upon certain interactions in the environment, which may cause it to imbue with some power. I don't know. I need to take some notes on this. And you see, like, kind of write some stuff down.
And then with the... Okay, so now that we got those two, this one specifically is something that I've been trying to figure out because we went to fight the Lich the other day, and this one seems to be possessed with like a curse.
He goes to reach for it.
Don't touch it.
Oh, my
It
bad.
will curse you.
Oh, it's one of those. Oh,
I don't
no,
know
but
what the curse is.
well, there's sentient shards, like that's a new artificer thing.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's basically there's people who want, when they die, they want their sentience to be part of a crystal instead of buried or anything like that. So they keep their sentience. They put it into weapons and such for wisdom. Costs a lot of money, but some people do it.
Okay, but it feels like this one's trying to possess me every time I interact with it.
Well, Lychoreum is it's very similar to Arcanium, but instead of a spell slot, it's literally any material component you want it to be. So you still require the spell to be able to cast, but Orichalcum is used to basically be the material substitute for any material. So it makes sense that someone used it to do sentient shard with, because they would have the capability of doing so, and maybe this was just what was available, which is really ridiculous. I mean, or it's just whatever's in here is really powerful. We both kind
Well,
of stare at it for a second.
would I be able to turn this into some sort of magical arcane focus without being possessed by it?
No, but you can try to remove the curse. However, that also might remove the magical part of it.
Yeah, which I would not like.
Mithril
To
tools
do.
for sure needed.
Got it.
For sure. The reason why you ask for
Oh,
mithril tools is because they're able to withstand magical interference. It won't move between tethered points, and it's complicated, but we could potentially dispel it, but dispelling it may also release it.
The spirit,
Yes.
but the magic will remain.
Yes.
If we release the spirit, what happens to the spirit?
It will either go back to its original source, possess the nearest creature, or...
Kind of interesting.
I mean, there's many things that happen. Like, a spirit can also just become an ethereal, which is just, it's tethered to that item, but not a curse. It just requires that item to exist for it to exist. Like a phylactery,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So, I don't want you to make another lich.
Me neither. Well, this was really helpful.
We can work on it some more, but it is getting late.
All right.
All right.
Thank you for the help.
It's not the end.
I'll leave this here for now.
That's fine. Yep. And with that, Ymir, you kind of end your night. We're gonna go ahead and end the session here.
We did it.
Went a little bit over. My bad, guys. We only had 3 people cry this episode.
My
Swag.
God.
Aim for 4 next time.
Snap my fingers. Welcome to Caldora.